Is he gonna work on his voice too? He's like, yeah, I was thinking about it. I just said just no success in 27 years.
No.
All right, we are live. Our audio is unmuted, so be a little careful with anything you say that might go out to two people on the internet.
I don't see it, so am I.
Well,
It'll be there.
you know, thanks, Dad.
Am I gonna talk?
Dad. Would anyone else like one?
No, thank you.
I'm good.
Okay.
Wow.
There we go.
Wow, what?
I was just sassing that they didn't have one.
Nope,
Not
definitely hear people.
Ken?
Confirmed.
Yeah,
Cool.
Yep.
the audio
So-
source is there on the right.
Yeah.
Yeti. Now it's in there. Now remove mic / aux from the right. That's what you had to mute, right? No, go to the right where it says mixer. They can hear us right now, but it's fine. Yeah, mute that. And
Yeah.
now it's picking up the Yeti.
Right. So it'll,
Because
so unmute
because it's
that.
on mute.
Try that. So we'll
Yeah,
go
and
back to starting.
Yeah,
And we go
there's
back,
no mic.
and we're on Yeti.
Go to
Yeah.
Battlemat and
Matt.
still on Yeti. Okay.
Yeah. So that's what Jordan.
I'm not ready.
Hello! Welcome to Runtime Initiative. Tonight we are going to continue on our adventure in Mihraen. Last time we got to meet all of our adventurers. That was great.
Hey, that's us.
They wandered around. The big hulking fighter almost got killed by a fence. We found out that...
I just noticed.
Oh no!
It's like, that is not the shirt that I have on.
Oh yeah.
Us from last week still.
Hey, thanks for gifting the sub, Lenny. Appreciate that.
Let me see
It's
here.
Trying to one up us.
I'm just the #1 sub gifter on the channel. Is all.
Alright, you know what? Well, there's not...
Alright, so I remove this and re-add it. Is that
You
correct?
go to properties,
Properties.
Oh shit.
start changing the drop down at the top there until something happens. Another one.
Highest
There it is.
quality
Okay.
stream out there.
Big stream.
Hey. That's the
Cool.
right shirt.
So that's one of the beautiful things, everyone, about our stream is that not only do you get to watch really medium
I'm so low in
D&D,
the frame.
but you also get to learn how to troubleshoot your own stream at home.
I would say top 45%, maybe.
Yeah,
Just above average. Just a little
Of-
bit above average.
of cocktail streams or D&D streams.
Great
Yes.
cocktail streams.
Great cocktail streams.
Yes.
By the way, Stefan, great painkiller.
Damn right. It's really confusing when I tell people, like, I'm going to make myself a painkiller real quick. And they're like, wait, he's going to make a painkiller? Like, just take an aspirin. What? I don't understand.
Go out and grind up the stuff.
Of course.
We also
More
we also
accurate
offer
than you know.
troubleshooting tips for Streamlabs.
It's true.
I'm not a software developer anymore, thanks.
Hey, me neither.
Officially, as of I have
Yeah, you
4.5 hours.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, so you can't tell us what to do
Exactly. Well,
anymore.
that's why you had to ask.
He doesn't know what's going on anymore.
Right, I mean-
he doesn't know how to do it.
I'm just a
It's all
consultant
gone.
now.
It's
My
lost.
job is not to know anything.
Yeah, he
it's to
doesn't
have
know.
you guys tell me things.
He doesn't know it anymore.
It's to be like, we'll
That's
look
my
into-
job, right?
We'll look into that for you. We'll
Uh-huh.
look into
I
that for you.
apologize for throwing off the intro there.
Oh, it's okay. I appreciate it. Also, I'm awful at intros, so I'd rather it just get completely derailed than me fumble around
I feel it.
blindly. So we met our adventurers. We have Drent, the sort of rotund,
Santa Claus-esque.
like young, gruff Santa Claus, but like black hair, not white,
Absolutely.
and way scarier. Not in like an actually scary way, but like you're not Santa
presumably-
Claus.
Now, the lore doesn't say anything about how proficient Santa Claus is with guns, but presumably I am more proficient than Santa Claus.
Futurama's lore is actually pretty accurate that he's
That's a
very
robot.
proficient, probably has expertise.
It's a robot.
Are spoilers for the rest of the players, but
Wow.
This is a steampunk-esque
Yeah.
influenced kind
Next,
of
you're gonna tell me
world,
Fry is
so-
his own grandpa. Like, what the hell?
wow, actual Futurama spoilers. I'm sorry, everyone.
With that gifted sub, you get a sub to this channel. And that's it.
That's it. We will have emotes are coming in 2023.
Just hold on to that subscription for the
That's a little optimistic now. It's just,
12 months from now, you may have an emote.
Just one.
We also
That's what I
have
said. I said A.
Yep.
I should
We
say
also
A.
have-
Just wanted to clarify.
Riz.
Reese.
Reese. I'm just gonna keep forgetting because I don't know how to phonetically spell that to remind myself. Reese. No, I can do
it's
this.
like Reese's Pieces, except just the Reese part.
This Francis.
R-E-E-Z.
Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Because it's not Reese, it's Reese. Okay. Reese are our sort of big hulking Goliath who hopped a fence, almost got
The kidney.
very badly injured, but instead was just tough instead. We
Thought
have
about being hurt once, and then I didn't.
we have
It's a lot better.
Jordan Wright, so far the only person.
Yo,
with-
is the
oh, you
last
have a
name.
last name now,
I have a new one. It's Alberson now.
Alberson. Do you want to explain why you have a new one?
No, I don't.
He's not a football player.
He did not previously have a career with the Cleveland Browns.
Hey, his first name wasn't Drent, okay? It just sounded very similar to Drent.
But we have Jordan Wright, who is playing his character Jordan Wright.
Correct.
He is a human engineer,
Jordan Chad Wright, actually.
Oh.
and it's exactly what you might suspect it is. And then we have Jagger Jag Arnaud, the aide to the mayor.
First name Jagger, middle name Jag.
First name Jagger, middle name Jag.
Galileo Justice.
Jagger Jag Arnaud.
Oh man.
Jag the Third.
Last time, the group started investigating a robbery that occurred at the estate of Alzo Defortan. They found a few things interesting in his home, and started to interview the neighbors.
Floors, very sturdy.
Floor is very sturdy.
Yep.
That's true. And no carpets ran away from us. No, sir.
No secret rooms on the first floor.
Can't play the current song. Well, maybe
Is
we
it
won't
like
have
Jordan
to.
sing?
I'll do it.
I also gotta fix the
You guys
speakers.
just wait till my... Well, no spoilers, but... Give me like 3 more weeks.
Tune in for Antera.
Yeah.
And maybe Jordan will sing.
See if we can piece together
Oh.
those breadcrumbs right there.
It's gonna be tough.
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough.
I don't think you piece together breadcrumbs, do you?
I mean, you
I
guys
mean, if
are-
you want to make bread,
Right.
how else would you make
Exactly.
bread?
Yeah, what is wheat if not
I just want to make it
pre-breadcrumbs?
clear that if I played an extended campaign bard,
Speaker should be
he
on.
would definitely be a haiku wizard.
I'm just
That's
gonna-
what he would do. It wouldn't be songs.
So
it would
he's
be
not even a
haikus.
bard then? He's actually just a
It's
wizard?
strictly freestyle.
Sure.
raps. Yeah. Strict. My instrument is a Cubase. It's all just strictly freestyle raps.
This is too late.
My instrument is the tuning. And then just like
My-
mumble rapping shit.
My instrument is my instrument is I put a blade of grass between my.
We really need a theremin player bard.
Oh, I need a slide whistle.
Ooh, there you go.
Oh, bagpipe.
I'm
You're
a
actually-
slide whistle.
You could be like a sort of a jester bard with that.
Ooh. I can't get dragged too much back into the normal character I play. It's not. It's not.
Yeah,
Anyway,
please.
But then it would finally make sense.
it's true. That's true. All right.
All right. So, Jag, you were at the. You have already visited. You've already visited the estate of Atcent Breos,
Yep.
and you are now at the neighboring estate of the Bancors.
And to further derail this, I think the DM camera is zoomed in on you.
Yeah, that's to get more viewers.
Oh, okay. Just in case.
I don't know how to fix that.
Find the DM cam properties. Configure video.
So we should
Gray button in the middle.
everyone turn both their cameras right
Now,
towards the scale.
bottom left, there's a little flashing icon on the bottom rail of the computer itself, like start menu. Bottom left, down, down, down. Click that. Click the other tab.
More troubleshooting chips.
Nope, sorry, click the other tab. Find zoom.
There's a thing that says zoom
Yeah,
here.
find zoom.
There he goes. He's back. Oh no.
100, I think, is
How's
the
that?
level.
Leave that
Is
open.
that good? Is that zoomed out enough? Can anyone still see my pores?
I only see your riches.
Leave that zoom open so when you use things wacky, you can be like,
Thank you for knowing that click path. That was a.
I do that constantly. Well, I did that, and then I got a camera with a manual zoom, and now I don't have to do it anymore. But yes,
That was an impressive walkthrough.
I'm speed running Streamlabs.
Yeah.
The real juicy,
Yeah,
juicy
animation.
content.
Tell me which bugs I can exploit for it.
Exactly.
You have been talking to their butler, and I believe he was just about to go get the lady of the house.
Sure. I did ask for the master of the house, and I
Yes.
have no idea who that is.
Yes, so he left to go.
And from what I understood last week, Caleb might not have known who that was either.
How dare you assume that?
I'm just saying. There may
As we
have
walked away, everyone was like, "Oh, we're about to fight the final boss," and obviously that is what's about to happen.
Because you did that.
Okay.
So obviously.
Yeah, I knew you guys would eventually come to the second neighbor's house of this guy.
And talk to the
Realistically, hindsight being what it is, makes a ton of sense.
It's only the final boss if she kills us.
I turn and leave. This wasn't in the script, so this is no useful information.
boss room.
I've had a full week on working on information.
So I'm gonna leave this house right now, immediately.
Isn't being a DM the best?
It's great. It's great. Because, I don't know, rock flies down, picks you up, turns you around, sets you back in front of the door, and flies away.
No, the rocks fall on the player. They don't pick them up and fly them away.
Yeah, no, it fell on the player, picked him up. It's a new world. You don't know.
I've been doing it wrong this whole time.
Yeah. Anyway, assuming that you don't actually get up and leave.
Community. I did not.
Jagir walks up to the door, escorting the lady of the house, Mrs. Pasmir Bancour.
Pasmir Bancour. Spelled phonetically. It doesn't matter how it's spelled. I'm sure this person is not important after this interaction. Caleb's like, yeah, right.
They're as important as I eventually want them to be.
I'm about to make this person integral to your life.
I will say, fun DM tips midway through the campaign that I'm learning. Sometimes social interactions can just be die rolls. You don't need to make everyone a named character with a voice.
You talk to the neighbors, roll a persuasion check. This is what you find out.
Let me tell you, if you investigate much more of this neighborhood, we're gonna get there real quick.
Well, didn't Pathfinder have information gathering or something as one of the skills?
You could use diplomacy.
So
Or
walking up to you is a
local.
a tall, slender, elegant high elf. She seems to be in her middle years for a high elf. And she seems very straight-backed, but has a look of consternation on her face. She has pale skin and dark hair as she walks up to you. Says, "Yes, what can I help you with?"
Madame Bancour. You see, I've been sent here by the mayor to check out some troubling occurrences over next door.
She checks her watch as you're talking.
Sure.
Okay.
I basically wanted to check with you if you or any of those, any of your servants happened to see anything 2 nights ago, anybody potentially sneaking about, maybe even sneaking about your place.
Sneaking about? So you're here to look after the robbery of Defortan?
Correct.
I certainly haven't seen anything, or I would have just gone to the police myself. I assume... Dagir, have you seen anything and failed to mention to me that someone might be robbing my neighbors? No, lady. I haven't... No, I can't say that we have seen anyone. I'm very sorry that Defortan was robbed. We are not, I have a suspicion that they took the clock that we made for him. It was made special for him, and our special pieces tend to be well prized by anyone looking for good possessions, but it's very unfortunate. My daughter Camilla had also just finished fixing it up. But no, I haven't seen anything. I'm sorry.
No worries. Insight check. 19.
You're very insightful. What
Yes.
What are you looking
Is she
for?
lying about how she hadn't seen or heard anything?
No, she hasn't. She hasn't seen anything.
She seems genuine.
Mhm.
All right. Well, I'm very sorry to hear that. But rest assured, I'll get to the bottom of this. The clock will be back.
I hope that you will. I would like some peace to return to this town. I'd like the people to, you and the sheriff, to not need to waste your time going through Defortan's estate. Lord knows he certainly isn't lacking for money and possessions.
Well, he is now.
She sort of looks over at still what is just like a massive, like, mansion.
Oh, not money, just a bunch of possessions.
Well, I'm very sorry. If I can be more help, I would happily set some time aside for you, but for now, I'm sorry that I can't do more.
No worries, ma'am. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
You too, thank you.
And I leave and go back to the boys.
The boys.
What if we construct a lodge?
Did you know that boats are worth more?
On the way back.
It says that in this book in his
When
library.
I get back, I burst through the door. I'm like, we can construct smaller clocks out of the clock that they made.
Did you tell them you'll be out
Find the clock. They think it's gone. Make smaller clocks.
Guys, I have a pyramid scheme based. What we need are some cheap diamonds and an appraiser.
Yeah.
We'll be rich.
Did you make any good?
I get back to them,
It's
and
really back.
I haven't found anything new.
well, they had absolutely nothing useful to say.
I knew it. I didn't know that. Did you make any good?
There was something about a clock.
Clock.
Yeah. Was that on the list?
I'm not sure. Is
But
that
you've been looking at
something that
this.
it was on the list?
Mhm.
Did I notice that it's gone?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I saw that it's gone. It looks like there'd be a clock like right there.
It was a small desk piece. That
Like
was
right
like,
on
I'll
the desk.
point,
I
and
feel like
then
there's
I'll
a clock
point,
right there.
and I'll point and saying,
He was
it
on the
looks
floor.
more like it was right
he was
there.
kneeling looking for something, so he was like right there
Right up there. Yeah.
on the table.
The royal there.
Yes.
Also,
it is over wherever my character would point because they actually know where the outline is.
yeah, exactly.
while you were gone, we found out that
is
one of the drawers in his desk is locked. Now, we're not investigating him specifically,
Mm-hmm.
but do you think that any information about some potential enemies might be found in here?
Seems like quite the stretch.
I mean, that's like, yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair.
But I am one to check out desk drawers that are locked. So I'll try and pick it.
I didn't hear that.
Okay.
Yeah,
He said.
11.
11.
Yes.
You're not able to get the lock picked for this desk drawer.
Well, we tried.
we did. We could break it.
No.
Okay.
He's calling you weak.
Given the context of it was a clean break-in, nothing was broken in here, only things were taken, we're the only ones who came to see it after the sheriff, I wonder who would get the blame for breaking it.
I mean, definitely.
Do you want to?
No, I.
The criminal always returns to the scene of the crime.
It's one of us. Wait.
I knew the floors were sturdy already from the last time I was here.
So we know they.
I already triggered the second floor pitfalls.
Last time I cleared the wall a lot easier, so I didn't know it hurt that bad.
I didn't even know the damn thing was a clock.
I wore someone else's shoes breaking in here last night.
So
What's a
Sending
running
me small
carpet?
feet.
So they
It was
stole a
15.
bunch of like jewelry and like small things, right?
Still a clock.
That's part of it.
Wasn't that
right.
small?
It was a nickname.
Yeah, so there was a lot of
the best
jewelry,
joke.
a
All
few
whose line?
a few bigger things that were obviously valuable, and then there were a few things that were what was it? Your question had been last week, like what, like is there anything on the list that isn't just like obviously valuable, like a clock made by these like artisanal like clock makers is just valuable because of what it is. There's a few pieces that are likely sort of older family pieces that are a little more, they're on the list. You haven't necessarily been able to pinpoint that they're all missing. But there are a few pieces on the list that are not as obviously valuable inherently. I can list those again for you if you would like.
I think I've got most of them written down from last time.
I don't think they're written down. I'm trusting on his list.
I'm wondering if you guys, I haven't ventured out a ton in the town so far. If you guys know of any, like back where I come from, which is a real place.
Absolutely.
There are these things called like pawn shops where people go and they take stolen goods and they try to get them off their hands to turn them into like just money. You guys know if there's anywhere like around here, especially like some of the things
Like somewhere to launder.
Here they would call that a fence.
Yeah, that. Well, not the fence you climb. Like, okay.
In theory, those fences could also stab you.
I see. Well, if you guys know anywhere where like that might be a good way to see if anybody's like traded anything invaluable lately.
It'd be pretty stupid to, in a town where everybody knows that there was a robbery to then sell the gems to someone in town.
Yeah.
But
especially after doing such a clean job in the robbery.
We should also.
Didn't you guys find footprints
we did. I was getting to that.
that you told me about?
I actually couldn't remember if you were here for that. Like,
No, I wasn't.
Or not.
I was just trying to get around to that.
We did find footprints coming in the back door, muddy footprints. I grabbed his shoes from upstairs. The shoes are the size of the footprints are slightly different than the size of his shoes. So we're thinking, at least I'm thinking.
I did also realize that I left a note of information out when you had a pretty solid investigation check when you were sort of sizing up
It was really
against those footprints. And I should have pointed out in that moment that you do
Just
notice
remembering something. Hold on.
It's been mulling around in the back of your brain, and it just hit you, and you go over even to look at the print again, and you probably walk outside a little bit and like look at the ground in the garden outside. You realize that the print, the little pieces of mud, the little flecks of mud, there's not many, and again the footprints are pretty hard to spot, but you do notice that the dirt is a much darker color than the dirt in the garden.
Well, that's really weird. The tracks lead from the back door, but what's weird is the colors of the dirt don't match, so I'm not exactly sure what that might entail. But it seems like whoever... And we looked at the lock, and it doesn't seem like there was any foul play in the lock, which seems to imply that someone that either stole a key or had a key was able to hop the fence or something, get in, take the stuff, and get out.
Unlikely that they could have jumped that fence without leaving a blood trail, though.
I mean,
It does.
So-
It looks
Only
pretty
someone
good.
as tough as Reese.
So I don't remember if I asked this last week or not. I know obviously I jumped around on the floors like looking for trapdoor type things.
Sure.
The like foundation of the house, is it like stone or is it wood?
So you, there was a, the foundation in general is stone, but there, go ahead and make an investigation check.
Oh, you're investigating.
14.
14. Okay.
it's your best roll.
You do notice that there's in the kitchen, there is a sort of looks like a trapdoor that would go somewhere.
Goes up.
Goes down.
I was the thing
I
was
wonder
gonna-
where this leads.
The thing I was gonna ask is if there was like a cellar.
I will open it up if I can.
Yeah, you would. It's not super obvious. It's obviously supposed to be a little bit
Discreet.
yeah, discreet, but it's pretty obviously like it's in the kitchen. It's not like really trying to be hidden.
Right. It's probably a food cellar.
Yeah. So yeah, you open that up and you see a set of stairs going down into the ground, and you do feel that like, as you open them, it feels a lot chillier down there.
Is there darker dirt down there?
Are there baby bags?
So are there? Your poor tooth, if
Yep.
that's what that was.
No, it's the glass.
Oh, the ice. Okay.
the ice.
I just I heard that. I was like, oh.
I just thought Caleb went stone cold.
Bam!
This is not edible glassware.
All right.
Is it actually?
Are there like
Yes.
lanterns,
actually.
lamps, anything like that
It's fun, dude.
in the house? Because I do have one random torch in my bed. Oh,
Yeah, I can help with that.
perfect. I take it off
Oh
of your
no, nope. It's
just,
gonna stay right here. But you can tell me where to go.
but I already grabbed it off of your. But I'm holding it. I just pick you up by the head.
No, that's okay. Here, you can have it.
No, I mean if you want to lead the way,
I'm very
by all means,
Hold on.
Ohio boy.
I'll light the way. I'll let you.
Selfish, possessive. Okay, got it.
Sure.
Always wants to be the center.
Yeah, there are, and you do notice some.
Skips late.
There's no lights on the hall down, and there have been a couple strung light bulbs in the main floor and in the second floor, but down here there are no lights strung.
Okay.
There's a couple small look like gas torches down here. But yeah, so as you walk down, you see a pretty modestly sized cellar with, kind of exactly what you'd expect. There's a few sort of like cuts of meat hanging and drying. There's an ample wine rack, very fully stocked. Some, in one corner, some bags of grain and then different sort of dried goods, all kept very nicely. Definitely not for showing, for entertaining, but a lot of food.
So I'm more interested. So is it like a packed, matted dirt floor to this basement?
Down here it would be stone.
Okay, it's stone.
Yeah.
So I am just gonna look around to see if there's, I don't know, any other places that this leads, or if I'm just in a room, or.
I would also want to look, especially up against the walls, to see if there's any sort of like secret passage that could be behind literally anything. Like, I don't know if there's shelves or anything down here as well for storage, but just to see if fake wall, whatever.
Yeah, there's definitely there's like, two of the walls would be lined with shelves, and then not completely. The one wall does have like a few like cuts of meat that would have been hanging and probably curing. They'd probably be curing themselves down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and make a couple of investigation checks.
Oh, nice.
16.
Wow.
16.
Nice. But yeah, as you look around, you don't really notice anything out of the ordinary. You just you find a couple nice bottles of wine.
I paranoidly just push on part of the stone wall, but yeah, assuming nothing gives.
No, you
but-
don't feel anything give.
I'm gonna come down as well and just look for anything that might have been stepped in that would
kind of a tight fit down here.
Oh, is it that small?
It's
I'm just
pretty
7.5
big. It's
feet tall.
only small compared to the rest of the house.
Gotcha.
Right, the rest of the house is very like amply spaced, and down here it's
Also, someone said sausage, so I'm in. Like, sorry.
Does look pretty good.
But yeah, you don't find any special like dirt or muddy
Area or
floor. You even look over to where the meat is curing, thinking like maybe something dripped.
yeah, I'm looking over there for the footprints for sure.
Yeah, and you don't notice anything. You guys actually, it is a little bit dustier down here than it is upstairs. The upstairs is obviously very sort of well kept.
Gotcha.
But down here it's a little dustier. But you don't notice. I'm assuming that you would have looked before you came down, but you didn't. Well, no, I guess you would notice a few footprints coming down here. But
Okay, yeah, because once we started finding footprints, I feel like logically, if we're gonna, not just like, oh, let's go pick another room and look for footprints, but like try and find some kind of trail to them or a pattern or see where all they went.
yeah. So you do see footprints coming down here, but you don't notice any of that same sort of like darker dirt that you've come to look out for
Coming down or going back up?
coming down.
And are they similar or the same size as the darker dirt footprints versus the boot size of the master of the house?
So if you would go and like take the
Well, one of them probably they just did it, so they probably would have a good measure
Yeah.
of whether the boot was.
well,
bigger
they're pretty close, so you'd probably want to like size them up. But
Okay.
these do look to be the same size as the master of the house.
Okay. Also, I assume this guy has servants
Right.
that we haven't
We
talked
did
to
it.
yet.
We did already talk. It was mentioned that he has at least one person that like takes care of the house.
Mm-hmm.
I believe. I don't remember how much detail we got around them, but they exist.
Mm-hmm. They do. He's sort of the groundskeeper and housekeeper, but he doesn't. He only
He ties up a bit. The problem.
yeah he comes in every few days, but he doesn't live there.
Reese, does that dirt look of any specific import? Like, do you know where more of that darker dirt might come from? Is it?
That's an excellent question that I would maybe
Go
roll
ahead
survival
and make
about.
a nature check.
Okay, that works too. Worse at it, but hey, 16.
Oh,
Okay.
You know, I'm glad.
Yeah, with that, it's
I
not.
switched dice this week. It's working out so far.
I was wondering the same thing. I'm glad you rolled.
Yeah. So with that, you'd actually have a pretty good idea that.
Yeah, I'm very glad you rolled.
So the surrounding area is really interesting around Tourette because in any direction there's pretty distinct landscapes to them. So to the south, let's see if I can keep my east and west straight. To the southwest, you have the Vertloch, which is very, very grassy, watery. Like almost no chance the dirt comes from there because there's just not that much dirt that direction.
Right.
So southeast or southwest?
Southwest.
Okay, good. That's what I had.
Southeast is the Vatier Plains.
That's where Ohio is.
it might be.
Yeah, it's where you're pretty sure Ohio is.
Where that came from.
Because that's where Jordan came from. He came from sort of in between the plains and the Vertloch.
That's the Midwest.
Like direct south.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then northeast is the continues sort of the plains, but the bigger thing is that Bantor is in that direction, the capital city. But northwest is the.
The slightly darker.
Caleb,
dirt
why
ridge.
did you name everything a non-English name? Well, I thought it would be interesting that way until I can't remember any of the non-English names.
It roughly translates to dark dirt ridge.
Is so sort of directly north and northwest are these scathing woods, which have darker soil, but the way that this is caked, you sort of wonder if it's from some region in between those two, in between the scathing woods and the Vertloch, where you'd get this sort of marshy, swampy region.
could be out west a bit, somewhere between the Vertlocht and the Scathing.
Scathane.
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 Dang
Scathane.
it! That was right there.
I missed it. I'm going to choose to assume that the way I spelled it is correct.
It is.
Awesome.
I mean,
Now,
it's,
Canon, tell me what it is,
First
and
try.
I'll change it.
so I know it's not the safest to go out towards the Vertloch all the time, but it's well, maybe it's one of the plains fisher. What are the
Meadow fishers?
Yeah, maybe it's one of them. If they're
Could
out
be.
that way, just something to follow up on. I think that the servant's probably the next best call, though.
We should also talk to Defortan himself.
Also true. He got out of town though, didn't he?
No, he's staying at an inn.
Yeah,
that's
he's
right.
staying at the Jeweler's Cove.
That's I have
He's
it written
staying at the place that I think Caleb probably had prepared for last week.
down. Maybe we should go there. I have a good feeling about it.
Yeah.
Probably.
But
But nah.
I don't know.
I mean, we could go get more donuts if you guys
Screw it, let's go to that door.
Yeah. My
It's
gamer.
only
All right, boys, we're
My-
going to go on a short break.
My gamer
Come back in 10
instinct
minutes.
Says we should go to bed tour.
And then just go north and see what happens.
We just walk due west. What
I
do we
probably
find?
have something up
marsh
there.
and or swamp.
I do have random things
what's on
laying
the other
around.
side?
I'll find you something.
We're level
Yeah.
1. What's the worst that could happen?
Jeweler's
Giant
Cove.
alligator.
Do we know anything about his servant as far as people that have been in the town, or is like
His name is Desmond, and he's missing a hand.
How'd you know?
That's why you stole the clock.
He's gonna make a clock out of
To
a
get
hand
the extra hand.
It was a
That
classic
was
case of
the
hand envy.
stupidest
needed a
quick
minute.
response.
He just
Oh, I
needed-
love it.
the whole conversation with that mistress of the house that with the clocks. I was waiting for you to make a time pun. You didn't make one.
No,
We'll
So
get
sad.
there.
I just didn't want to deal with her anymore. She seemed like she didn't want to talk to me, so I
Say,
really
don't
didn't
worry.
want
I'll get to the
do
bottom of this, like clockwork or something. Like, come on.
So,
it. In no time.
Get to the 6 of
Yeah,
this.
yeah, even better.
Jeweler's Cove.
I think it's probably our next stop.
I
But do we
guess
know
so,
anything
but I
about the
don't
servant,
know.
or is he just a name I've heard? But that's all I
Go
know?
ahead and
Sure.
make something check.
Well, if this was Pathfinder, I'd say knowledge local,
Right?
but that's not a thing.
Yep. It's
History.
not.
What do you say?
History.
History.
Oh.
Sure.
History is kind of a broad, like.
Either history or almost insight.
Insight.
Couldn't you do like
Let's do
generic wisdom check?
Let's
Yeah.
do history because you
It's
so
like-
rarely use history.
Sure.
So we're gonna do that.
18.
Bryn tried to use history a lot. Just didn't work well.
Yeah,
There's
you
a lot of
rarely
16s.
use
There's
history.
a lot of 16s in the D20 tonight so far.
Sorry, you said
18 total.
18. With an 18, you would have already known that Defortan has sort of a helper. You weren't necessarily sure what he did, but you would recognize him around town. He's a little bit of a shorter half elf with light hair and sort of a bit of a hunch to him.
Older? The hunch? Or
Sorry?
is he, like, the hunch? Is he older, or is he just...
He's a little older, but you can tell his back is just sort of giving out.
Okay.
But you aren't sure of his name.
Okay. And it sounds like I haven't really had many interactions with him enough to maybe get a feel for what kind of person he is.
Yeah, you haven't interacted with him. You've sort of seen what you've seen is that he is a hard worker, especially to be working for such a successful merchant. Again, he generally sort of keeps Defortan's home, does stuff around his home. Every so often you see him running an errand for Defortan, but in general it's sort of keeping the home. You've seen him sort of out and around town. He always seems to a little bit more quiet, but a definitely no slouch.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
I really gave myself that one there.
Inspiration for Caleb.
Good
Inspiration
job.
for
Good
yourself.
job. All right, cool.
You
Man, that fence is gonna get you next time.
You leaned right into that one.
And don't give him any crutches. Let him stand on his own 2 feet.
Oh my god.
Pro backbone. I can keep going.
I'm gonna take D20s away from you. Eventually, you can't.
There's
roll
diminishing
one.
returns on the
I
puns,
mean,
guys. Be warned.
You could have like anti-inspiration. You just arbitrarily impose disadvantage.
No,
on
he
us.
can keep rolling
Their death
until
save.
I just take all his D20s, and then he can't.
I have several.
Last question regarding this guy. Did he seem like he wasn't being paid well? Did he seem underdressed? Did he seem discontented with his job?
Not necessarily underpaid. He certainly is not looking extravagant, but he always
Sure.
looks clean. His clothes look, sort of
Not
pressed.
new, but
pressed and like he definitely like he wasn't out of place around Defortan.
okay. Well, yeah. Then I'm agreeing that we should probably go pay him a visit. Defortan. Is that his name?
Forden.
No, that's his last name. I bet.
Yeah, Elzo is his first name.
We can fall back on the sermon if we have to, but I don't know about him.
Might not catch you.
Yeah, I mean, that slouch he's got.
Okay.
Got a hunch.
That was so much better.
I was waiting for that. I wasn't gonna use it because I wanted somebody else to have a
I
chance.
got you. Appreciate that.
Lenny's so generous with his puns.
Only the easy ones.
Keep the good ones for yourself.
Yes.
All right. So you guys are heading to the jeweler's coat.
Yes.
Okay.
Horology, that was the last week.
So you walk. You leave Defortan's home. Do you guys
Lock it up.
lock it up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you?
I'm gonna put the thing back.
Okay.
I had a I thought about it more and I decided it was a bad idea, so I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay.
Also, is there enough
Do you
meat-
want to?
Yeah. So as we go to leave, I'm just gonna kind of double
just
back.
have to ask.
I'm gonna pull a book out of my bag. I'm just gonna put it back on the bookshelf. I'm just gonna turn around and walk out with you
I
guys.
didn't know you had a rental service.
But I have noticed I have noticed him turning around while we're leaving.
Go ahead and make a perception check. I guess Jordan, are you trying to be sneaky?
I'm trying to be a little sneaky, like, oh god, I left my shoe.
Go ahead and roll. You can either do stealth or performance.
Oh God! I left my shoe.
I left my shoe in there.
I didn't say he gets advantage. I said it's performance.
This is my imposed disadvantage. I rolled a 20, not natural.
I have 14.
All right.
For the sake of a joke, I'm also gonna roll perception on this. Damn. Only 16. I didn't see it happen.
Okay.
I don't care too much.
Do
It's just
you?
gonna be a blockbuster.
So you guys would have spent. We ran through it all pretty quick. There would have been a lot of moments of like people looking through the house. Did you want to take some time to like glance through it?
Yes.
Okay.
Which we can, if you
Yeah,
want
we
to
can
do
we can
that
talk
now.
about that later.
Yeah.
Books.
It's unlikely to pertain to, and you even like you
Yeah.
very much think this. It's not likely to pertain to anything that you're doing right now.
Reasonable.
That's what happens next to me. I always drop stuff. Lenny can attest.
Now you're gonna kick the camera. Kick it. Kick
Yeah,
the
the whole
camera.
computer stuff.
I dropped the clear disc.
Oh no.
We'll find it another time, I think. Oh wait, no, then
We got it.
We did. The room is gonna find it if I don't. Okay.
Hashtag.
Okay, so we are
Hashtag
heading over to
sponsored.
the Jeweler's Cove.
Roomba, your ad here.
See how easy that would have been? Please, we're really good at puns. Cursed words.
That's the one. No for sponsorships.
Huh?
I said no free
Oh,
sponsorships.
true. Yeah, we're not talking
Except
about...
for insert Kevin.
Mellow Yellow Zero, baby.
There we go.
Come on. You don't even really have to sponsor us. Just put your product back on the shelf in cans. That's all I ask.
Or give you a direct link to
Right.
order.
Look, I have legitimately done research into acquiring one of the pop machines that are in Five Guys to just be like, can I buy the bags of mix and just make it myself? Like, how much is that?
That
gonna
and soda
cost?
Oh my
water.
gosh.
Set up a shell bit of business so you can.
What's
Stop
this?
stop
This is my
building the
business
tables.
called One Guys. It's just my house. I just want some Mellow Yellow Zero.
I mean, as long as
know?
you also make burgers and fries, I'm fine with it.
Yeah,
So you can
fair.
even skip the peanuts.
Maybe in a few years I'll.
Who spelled this name?
My bad.
Salamander,
waiting.
Ocelot,
I'm
McBurdison.
Yeah, I wish.
Oh. Let
I'm
me-
waiting till Lenny gets back.
Oh.
Getting pretzels.
Okay.
That's it.
So as you all walk over, you find your way to the Jeweler's Cove. Give me a group history check.
Should I?
As
No,
one other thing I wanted to do is that while we're walking through the city, I want to just immediately around the house. I didn't want to do an investigation, but as we're just walking in the direction we have to be going, look for anything that might have been dropped and left behind, as far as things that were stolen.
Okay.
I don't want to slow us down.
Yeah. So give me history and then give me. We'll do perception.
They're both 17s.
Okay.
Let's go.
wait.
Sorry. So 17,
Sorry.
9.
History, right?
Yeah. Roll
19.
history.
19 perception. 17.
Okay,
History.
so, Drent, you would know the way to get there best. Again, it's a small town, so you all have some idea, but all four of you haven't really had occasion to go to the Jeweler's Cove. The Jeweler's Cove is is pretty easily, there's not many inns in town, it's the nicest inn in town. And typically it's here for especially wealthy merchants coming through on their way to Van Tour, or the occasional diplomat that might be coming through. But people of means, it's definitely not for a local, you don't really get the local vacationing over at the inn. But Drent, you just, in your time around town, you have a pretty good a pretty good sense of where it's at. So you get the group there. As you're going, you don't find anything that looks to have been dropped.
Okay. Didn't really expect to, but
You would find 2 silver.
Nice.
It's $20.
get that real quick. That's like a sandwich. Two.
But yeah, nothing. Especially having analyzed the list for a while and knowing that everything is either valuable or just sort of weird.
I thought there were gemstones missing or something.
Yeah, there are.
That might have been.
But you don't notice anything
Okay.
like that. As you head over to the Jeweler's Cove, it is still that same day. It's a little bit later in the day now. You spent quite a bit of time at Defortan's home. Sun's getting a little low, which is actually kind of nice. It was pretty warm throughout the day, and this is a chance for you to cool off. It sort of reduces some of the humidity, just makes the day feel a little lighter, especially after your chance of combing through the house. As you approach the Jeweler's Cove, it is a similar sort of gray stone structure that you see all throughout town. It has a large main floor and then a small second floor up top. You suspect would be enough room for maybe a small apartment, small home up there.
Just the whole second floor is probably maybe one apartment. Or...
Yeah, it's because it's sort of only a half a second floor.
Oh, okay.
But it's a nice red tiled roof that you would see on some of the nicer buildings in the area. But no wood adornments, but there is some nice colored sort of carvings along the what is it, the eaves of the roof. You know, where the roof sticks out. There's sort of along the top there. There's some like painted and colored carvings, and down the side too, to lend it some decoration, without being sort of overly ostentatious.
So not as nice as Defortan's house,
Right.
but still nice. Okay.
So, as you walk in, since it's getting later in the day, but we're not really at lunch. We're not really at dinner. You walk in, and the common area is relatively empty. There's the bartender is over at the bar, who you also know to be the keeper of the inn. Doesn't always work the bar herself, but is there today. And you notice a waitress sort of walking around, like cleaning stuff that probably doesn't need to be cleaned because it's pretty slow in there. And you notice a couple of people, neither of who you know to be Defortan, sitting over in the corner, just chatting over a drink.
The owner, or the person behind the bar, is the owner?
Yeah, so the bar is a long, polished mahogany bar, which is pretty sweet, especially in this town. So the outside isn't necessarily super ostentatious, but in here it's a little more luxurious. There are a couple of leather padded chairs next to the currently unlit, given how warm it is, fireplace. A few mostly stone tables around, but a few wooden tables as well. But wooden furniture is certainly not unheard of. It's sort of the big mahogany bar that is a little more impressive. You do notice colored glass decorations sort of scattered throughout, which lends theme to the name of Jeweler's Cove.
Wait, what the glass. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, behind the bar is the owner and currently the bartender, Remu. Araime?
Is that their name or is that not?
It is their name.
It's your person.
Yeah, I
Their
know.
name,
It's one of those. I spelled the name, and I know at the time I had an idea of what it was, of how it was pronounced, and now looking at it, I'm like,
Yeah, he might not, but alright, man.
Is it Remu?
Remu, yes.
Oh, Remu.
Yeah.
Remu.
Reimou.
Remu.
Airaime. And again, Caleb, why make a name like this? You're gonna have to pronounce it. I don't know.
All right, Jag, you want to talk to the Remu over there?
What kind of person is
Not really. I'd rather just go over and talk to
She seems very
Mr. Defortan.
friendly and
But
elegant.
He's not here. He's not here, is he?
She is. What kind of person?
Is he? I
He said he was at one of the
She
booths.
is a
thought he said he wasn't at one of the booths.
very old high elf.
I may be wrong.
very old, like visibly old high elf?
Visibly old high elf.
Yep.
Wait,
But-
you're saying the bartender is?
Yes.
Okay, did you rename this person since you told them about me, or is there another old high elf who works at drafts?
We're not transfers.
I know.
It is a different.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just like, well, he sounds pretty familiar to someone that I remember that I think I know.
They're sisters.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Let me remind myself of the scale of elf ages.
Hearn Ronson.
I'm sorry. She's like middle age.
Okay.
I'll be.
Visibly,
Erase everything you've ever written in your notebooks, boys.
visibly middle.
This
age.
changes everything.
I-
What's the point of this whole
An
investigation?
exclamation point in front of old. Not old.
Not old.
Visibly
Not old.
middle-aged high elf.
But not old.
Yeah. Almost dead high elf. Just needs to get put on the map.
Visibly having a crisis.
Everybody's almost dead if I'm about to hit him with my flail.
Who did you want to go talk to?
Everyone's just
Did
one
we
hop
not
away
see
from death.
Defortan talking to somebody in one of the booths? You
No.
He speaks the
Oh,
truth.
then yes, I'll talk to Ray Moo.
Sure.
I'll tell you what.
Sure.
Hello, welcome to the Jeweler's Cove.
Hi.
You guys trying to look at
It's
him?
really like I'm sorry. It's very nice to just like.
Hi there.
Hi, nice to. Hello. What brings you all in?
Was your
Miss-
torrent showing through?
Miss Arrival. We are looking into the late occurrences at Mr. Defortan's house, and we were wondering if he was here right now, or if you had seen him leave, or anything of that sort. If he's here, we'd love his room number, or at least to be sent to him.
I apologize. I don't actually disclose that sort of information about our guests. You must understand.
Sure.
You could
I
just
value
knock on all the doors
their
until we find
privacy.
him.
Sure, we know he's here, because
Is this
we were looking into it for the mayor.
Mr. Arnaud? Is that right?
That's correct.
Right, this is official mayor business.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And the sheriff has given us her graces to look into this
I see.
on behalf of the mayor.
One moment, if you would, please. Just have a seat. I'll have Stella get you some ales, wine.
No,
Ale,
thanks.
yeah, ale would be.
Got any of those like peanuts and.
On the job.
All right, never mind. It's
Kind of
cool.
regret
It's cool.
playing a dumber character to go with this.
Right.
This would be
Sometimes it's
some
good.
perfect like grog
Yeah, esque. So,
investigation things.
yeah.
My character's a decent all-rounder.
Yeah, standard
Sure.
array.
Hope you guys can fight.
J- and
Oh,
s-
point by.
Point
You were
by.
point by.
Plus,
You could have been dumber if you wanted to.
I'm not very charismatic. That's my.
You could have been even less charismatic.
Sure.
Hi, Stella.
So
Or I just lean
Remu
against the
actually
bar.
walks by and she's gonna sort of quietly say something to Stella, and Stella will nod and walk to the back. Remu is going to walk back a hall in the back of the common area. She'll be gone for a little bit. Stella will bring you all your beers, and then as she walks away, Remu will come out, and in tow will have along with her an older gentleman of sort of shoulders thrown back, little portly, has sort of salt and pepper hair that flows down to his shoulders, and a trimmed thick beard that you all know to be Defortan.
She brought him through one of the back rooms.
Out from
Like a
Just
hall.
where probably.
yeah, so there's a hall
the-
that would
the
presumably go
games.
to where the different rooms are.
Remember how there was no upstairs?
There was an apartment upstairs. I wasn't sure if.
Oh no, I was sorry. I meant that like yeah.
Going
Yeah,
wrong
so there
way.
is an upstairs. She did not go well.
That you know of. She did not go upstairs. In the
She
No,
brought us
you didn't. You don't know that she would have gone upstairs. But she sort of went to the back,
She went
out of
upstairs
sight,
for sure.
and then is walking
Big
back out
time
with
upstairs.
Defortan.
That's some upstairs energy.
Inside.
Does she look like she like? Are her legs showing at all? Does she look like her calves may have just walked up and down a flight of stairs?
Give me perception.
All right. 9.
She's wearing a skirt.
So she's actually wearing sort of a long fitted silk dress that looks like at one point it was a very nice dress and is a little bit threadbare at this point. It has sort of a long slit up the side, and you can see her calf.
Okay. She definitely went up the stairs.
Is Stella also a high elf?
Stella is actually
She's
a street
a
car.
She's
fully
Arturian?
prepared character.
I see.
Really, really important what race she is. She is actually...
Forget about her. She's dead.
I hit her with my flail.
She is a vehicle to get beer. It's fine.
All the Stella.
I hit her with the side character mace.
I
Use
rhythm.
this weapon deals 0 points of force damage, and all it does is expedite unimportant characters out of the story.
She's actually a very young, sort of buxom dwarf.
Okay. I'll write that down.
I don't interact.
He's funny, I don't interact with.
Any character can be important when I don't have the full plot baked.
That's true.
I have super.
I still don't interact.
Maybe she's the final villain because I'm like, that'd be fun.
I still don't interact with her. I'll interact with her when I have to.
Thank you.
When it's time for her to die, she will be interacted with.
1 second here, let me see here. Stella brings you your drinks. There you go.
This is the red button meme. Respect the plot, kill the mini at the table. Just both.
Guys, there's
Thank
something
you.
on the mat.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you. You guys can't see this, but Caleb just put Tiamat on the battle map.
Well, to the map.
Yeah,
we kill it.
but he's really good at alter self.
True.
Yep.
She's really good at alter self.
Guess what?
Oh.
Tiamat is also
it's
really
a
good.
she because there's 5 heads.
Tiamat is also really good at altering everything around.
Altering
Altering many people.
Stella, thank you for the ale. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you for the Stella.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
She's gonna like scurry, like after she looks a little confused, she's just gonna like scurry off.
Jordan would get it. I'm sorry.
No,
Jordan
Wait.
would get this joke that I wouldn't get.
Yes.
you know, we're gonna come back.
Are you from Ohio? This whole time?
Just wait till Reese shouts.
That's just what we call a drink in this town. Get the
No,
Stella.
that's her last name. It's Stella
Kevin,
Artois.
your character just needs to finish his beer real quick and need another one.
Her name is Stella Artois.
Yeah, obviously.
That's her name?
I finished my drink.
Just bewildered.
I need another one.
No, I want it. Okay, fine. DM will stop trying to meme for the players.
May I please have another?
Do not meme for the players. It's
Ms.
not an actual
Dwarf.
note.
Miss
Anyway.
Miss Dwarf.
Miss Leaf.
So up to you walks
Waddles.
Alzo Defortan.
Also.
He seems...
It's only been mentioned like 700 times.
I didn't hear it. That's fine. I have. Yep. That's fine. It's fine. I got it now.
Excuse me with cheese.
He descends from a long line of Fortran developers.
Mm.
Defortan.
Defortan!
You knew that name sounded familiar.
His
Guys,
wife.
we-
His wife, part of the illustrious Cobalt family.
The Cobalt Soul, I believe.
Yes. Hello. What can I do for you, fine gentlemen?
You didn't.
Mr. Defortan.
Yes.
I'm here on the behest of the mayor, as well as the sheriff. We've been tasked with an extra set of boots on the ground to look into the robbery at your place.
We're doing a good job.
I just wave him off. While it may appear to be an interesting selection, the wide range of talents is very useful for something that has very few clear threads for us to follow.
You saying you haven't found them yet?
Well, would I be here if we did?
To return my goods, I would hope, yes. Or to let me know that you're finally done investigating my home and I can go stay there in peace again. And not that this isn't a lovely place, but I would love to get home.
Absolutely.
Not the only one.
Absolutely.
We're trying to wrap this up.
Now,
Good time.
we did check out and looked to see if there were any indications of potential trails or any other clues left by the intruder, and we noticed something rather interesting. His servant, what race is he again?
Half elf.
Half elf. So, I mean, feasibly, he could have the same footprints, but regardless, we found a very subtle trail within your home. There are footprints coming from the backyard.
From the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the lock didn't seem to be tampered with.
Someone jumped the fence. I need to put more security measures on it.
Nope, it's plenty sharp. we tested that theory.
I see. So, but there's no... I never come through the back doors. There's no tampering on the back lock.
Not that we can see. I'm wondering who else might have a key to your place. Yeah,
Only...
they're really good at breaking into locks.
It's just me and...
Didn't we determine that there was also a second floor window that could have been
There's a balcony
gotten in or something?
There was a balcony, but I don't think we saw anything. I'm pretty sure that was also like untampered with. If I remember
I
correctly.
think so.
It's only me and Cromine.
Cromine.
That's his name.
Cusco.
Well, I don't want to suspect him. In fact, we don't really think it's him necessarily, but maybe someone found another way in that door.
I assume he was still in town taking care of your home while you were out on your trip for the few days.
He was, but he doesn't stop by every day. He wasn't there until the evening after I was robbed.
Oh, so he would have been the one to initially report it.
Yes.
Returning to the scene of the crime. I did have, before my cohorts have, I'm sure, some other thoughts and ideas. May I ask, have you had any sort of dealings with or made any trades with anybody from... What were those people called? The Fisher Boys?
The meadow fishers.
Potentially with any meadow fishers or anyone that would have come from anywhere between the Vertlock and the Scythian Woods.
Scythian Woods.
Scythian Woods.
Well, so you would know that the meadow fishers don't necessarily live out on the Vertlock. No one lives on the Vertlock.
Until now.
Between.
Right. But so I just wanted to make sure to sort of point out that when you ask, like, have you, like, because you asked about that group of people, it's not like a race that, like, lives out there. It's it's their profession. They would be meadow fishers. But many of them live in town. Deals with the meadow fishers. I deal with them all the time. That's where I trade plenty of the rare catches that they come by. So I deal with them all the time, yes, but up from the Scythian Woods, no, I can't think of anyone. I've heard of bandits coming from up that way, rare as such things are, but
for one of them to so specifically get into your back door of your estate. That's right.
It would need to be somebody that was at least familiar with you.
Right. Anyone you've interacted with that either would be desperate enough to steal from you, or maybe even have a use for these goods to sell them somewhere else that aren't through this town?
I'm sure there are plenty of people that would happily make some extra coin on the side. The people that aren't willing to work well themselves, but no one I've particularly angered lately.
Well,
I'm not saying I haven't had my share of good deals in the past, but nothing I can think of lately.
Bantor is where he normally would bring his stuff to do his trading.
Mm-hmm.
When you travel to Bantor, do you usually go with an entourage?
I usually take a few of the Well, you would have actually in the past, and you can decide whether or not you have done this, but it would not be out of the ordinary for someone like you, or even someone like Drent, to have been either like sort of a caravan guard for Alzo, or at least known that it was an opportunity. He keeps most of people like him would normally keep his, if he can use the same people over and over, he's going to. But you would know that the opportunity was sort of there, that he could have just gone and sort of been muscle for anything he might encounter on the way.
Gotcha.
Who'd you take this time as you made your way up?
Just the same couple of folks I always do.
It was me. I was out.
I knew it.
It was Reese and Drent Alberson.
Who the fuck are those guys?
Sounds familiar. Too familiar.
It was me the whole time. I'm the last one I'd expect.
It was actually me. Wait, you didn't
You
pull
take
out-
off your mask and you're 7.5 feet tall.
Wait, I'm not wearing a mask.
You take off your mask and you're me and you shrink. Let's take off Jordan's mask.
No. Well, new character.
Jordan wrong.
Jordan 2.
Maureen and Atlan. Just and you two would kind of recognize those names as
Other local tough guys.
yeah. You've arm wrestled them in the past for sure.
I have
Maureen is a lady. Atlan is a man.
You follow up with him later. While this is happening, can I, especially while you're talking to him, can I just scope out anyone else? There's other people in the room, you said, yeah?
Yeah, a couple.
I just wanted to see if there's anyone paying too close attention.
Go ahead and roll perception.
More than is just gossipers, I guess. Wait, perception or insight? Actually, maybe the same anyway.
I said perception. It probably should be insight, actually.
It'd be 18 perception or
Insight.
16 insight, whichever.
Okay, yeah, we'll use the insight. That's probably the better skill to use here. But so you kind of glance in their direction, but they don't seem to be paying you any mind. They seem to be pretty engrossed in their conversation.
Okay.
Disgusting.
I'm also gonna whisper over to Jordan and be like, "What are the like?" I'm gonna pull him to the side a little bit while they're talking. What do you think the odds are you could sneak out to his window and peer in his room through the window with that light thing on your head to see if there's anything in his room that's suspicious?
Yeah, no, I mean, I could. Yeah, I think I can do that.
All right. If you run into any trouble, which hopefully you don't, mayor's business.
Yeah, no, for sure. So we think we want to check. We want to check Defortan's room.
That's what I'm thinking.
It's probably
I don't really suspect him, but
it's worth checking. Okay. Yeah, no, I think I got that for sure.
do you still come with you?
No, it's probably better if you guys just. I'm
I'm very sneaky.
I have to. When you use the restroom.
If there's a fence, you might
real quick. If you could just.
Why did
hold
you
my
feel the
seat.
need to announce this? Go.
Okay. I'm sorry.
It's
It's
an
an
airport.
it's an Ohio custom. If you could just
Go.
I'm gonna sneak right past you.
Usually we don't talk about that part in the game. Usually that's just assumed.
I'm so sorry.
I flatulate.
Congratulations.
I'm gonna.
And none of you guys have mentioned that you've been breathing this whole time. You're super dead.
I finally blink.
How much time has passed? 8 hours? I blink.
I've just been.
Hey, you know what? He hasn't mentioned any NPCs blinking either. So now you're an oddity. You're an alien.
All right. I will.
Well, what you
Wait,
didn't-
you think you have eyelids now?
Yeah, my inner things blink.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
like a frog.
I will see if I can figure out which room is his.
I realize that is a problem. As I told you to do it, I'm
It's
like,
fine.
you don't know which window belongs
We're
to.
gonna.
Was-
We're gonna.
yeah.
I'm gonna drop down.
The peeping crazy guy.
Gonna pop down the magnifying glass that's on like my helmet, and I'm just gonna like inspect the floor, see if I can notice any recent footprints that would. Was he like the last guy to come out of this back room area?
So are you heading to the back?
Wherever he and the elf came from, I want to go look for his room.
He's going out of the establishment and probably to the back.
I think he's going through the hallway.
Yeah. Was that? I'm going to.
You interpret it however you want.
So
Yeah,
I
go
said
for it.
he would,
You go for it.
he would head a certain direction. I guess your Jag is talking to Alzo.
Yep.
So
Yeah, you
Jag
got-
is not in a great
Yep.
position to do much about it.
I'm gonna go in the hallway. Where
So
the
as
elf
you
came from.
as you
He's
walk
gonna
towards
look
the
through
back,
those windows that point out to the hallway.
well, as
He's
you
gonna look into the
As he
window.
walks up, I'm like,
as you walk to the back, Raymu sort of briskly walks over and says, "Excuse me, you'll need to have a room if you care to go into the residential quarters."
Yeah, no, I was thinking about upgrading. How much does it cost to stay? I just wanted to take a look. Like usually, so when I've rented apartments, I'm sorry, I get a little. I'm looking for a new place to stay, and when I rented apartments with my wife, we went on like a tour. I was just gonna look at them and see, and then I was gonna ask you if there's anything free. Is that okay?
She doesn't laugh. I'm so sorry to hear about that. But unfortunately, I'm not able to offer you anything like that. Go ahead and roll persuasion.
No.
What is it?
It might be 8.
It's looking like an 8.
Wait, it's 10.
Listen, you hit the double digits.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to offer you. And would you care to talk about prices?
I mean, yeah, that's okay. I think I'm just gonna walk around. Out. Is there like a where? Like,
Stella brought you a beer, didn't she?
yeah, no, it's gone. Is there like Defortan, for instance? Like, is he staying like in this hallway, or is he like staying like else? Like, where do people usually like stay? I don't know where your rooms are.
He's
This is like a very confusing place for me. You gotta understand. I'm so sorry.
He's staying in this establishment, yes, but I'm sorry. I need to keep the privacy of my patrons as best I can.
punch her.
Okay, dude, I just so there's in this apartment like it had so many nice windows. Do all the rooms have windows that face the outside? It would remind
Go
me
ahead
so
and
much
roll deception.
Okay.
Do all of the rooms have outside facing windows immediately after asking where Defortan's room is?
10.
If you would like to discuss the accommodations, we can. But I'm worried that it's out of your price range. I'm sorry.
Yeah, poor person.
You know, it's a little bit rude for you to assume that I can't pay for this. but
He's got a headlamp
I'm-
on.
I'm so sorry. It's only. I mean,
that's okay. I'm just the mayor's servant. That's all. Like it's not gonna like it's gonna get back to anybody important.
For our smaller rooms, that sometimes the patrons would have their assistants and hangers on stay at is only 3 gold a night.
I get it. I'm walking away. I you know what? I was gonna offer you like 60 gold as just like a 3-month down payment, but it's fine. It's clear I'm not welcome here.
Her ears perk up.
Yeah, I'm walking away. I mean, maybe if I'd had a tour and like seen things would have been different. But
do you have any evidence that you actually have 60 gold?
I'm gonna pull out my
60 gold
my
bag.
very fancy metal square. Like I bought this while I was traveling. It's very expensive, rare piece of technology.
Go ahead and roll persuasion again.
18. It's higher.
That is.
So she does seem intrigued by the metal square you have. What? I haven't seen anything like this before.
Only the wealthiest and smartest and most popular people from where I come from have them.
It has corners and no less 4 of them.
But not corners, like
I just,
rounded corners.
to be honest,
Turns gradual.
and I haven't
but
told
so
everyone
sharp.
this. It's very sensitive, but Alzo and I had a similar lifestyle on different planes, and I just wanted to see what his room looked like, in case I could find something that reminded myself of home.
You come from across the Vitir.
I guess I don't totally understand it.
That's a harrowing journey. If you have the gold, I'm happy to discuss allowing you to stay here.
I'd really like to see one of the rooms first. If I can come back and we can look at.
Okay. Could I see this this jewelry you have? Just to look at it. She sort of looks at you like you're standing in her
Does
business.
she seem like she's gonna snatch this thing that's like the only thing tying me back to my own reality?
It's such a pretty square.
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that went from terrible to good.
Unreal.
Gravity.
Non-natural 20.
Okay. She seems like she genuinely wants to see it. She from everything you've seen and heard of her, she's been a businesswoman of one of the nicest inns in town for a long time.
Yep.
Thank you. She starts sort of looking it over, and as she does, she gestures you into the back. So as you walk back, you turn the corner, and along there's a hallway that goes down. At the end of the hallway, there's a staircase that goes upstairs, and along the wall there are 4 doors. She sort of gestures to the first one, says, "This is the one where sometimes the assistants or guards might be kept."
Yeah, I'm not interested in that.
She seems a little distracted, just sort of looking over this thing.
I am staring. It does not leave. I'm staring at. That's
She walks you past the second door, past the third door, and to the last door. She says, "Yes." Hands you back your watch.
Thank you.
Reaches for her keys, stops, and says, "Does it tell time?" I've seen watches, but and they're worn similar to that device, but
It
seems
it's lacking in energy at the moment.
energy.
Wait. Do you have a way?
Well, you would know that
Yeah.
energy is a resource that you can come by here.
Do you have?
I mean,
Light bulbs.
you've
Oh
seen
yeah. Yep.
electricity. You have gadgets that are
Yeah.
sort of battery powered.
If you think you might have a way to power this on.
Oh, I'm not much for building and tinkering. But if all you need is energy, I mean, you seem fairly adept yourself. I would have thought that. Did you not build this? I guess
No.
she sort of looks at it and then looks at the stuff you built and goes,
Yeah. No, it was built by some very smart people.
It was built by an apple.
It's built. Dozens of artisans went into the construction of this device, and
By
hundreds
smart
went
people.
into the design.
you could call it a smart watch then.
You could.
She doesn't say that. That's not canon. I'm not letting that enter canon.
It's I'd be.
Thousands of people.
I mean, the list is really endless when you think about it.
Interesting.
All for me.
Do you try to sell that lie?
A little bit.
Go ahead and roll deception.
Ooh, almost good. You were so close, pal.
7, 10,
She
8. Final answer.
I see. Well, it's very nice. Glad that they've made you such a thing. And she shakes herself back into sort of her innkeeper, business owner mode, and reaches down, pulls out a soft velvet pouch, opens it, pulls out a key, ties it back to her belt, opens the room, and it's a very nice sort of luxurious space, pretty open. There is a so you're at the back corner of the building now. You actually have 2 windows facing out. There's a closet. There's a chest for some possessions, a table and desk to work at. A nice bed, like a nice sort of oversized bed. Like you can tell this is a pretty. This is way nicer than the place you're staying.
And this is Algo's room.
But
Houses.
no. This
Oh,
room
he's
is
staying next door.
vacant. This room is vacant.
Oh.
This would be if you were to purchase a room today. This would be where you would stay.
It is beautiful.
Thank you.
It might remind me a bit too much of home.
Oh, I see.
I appreciate it though. Thank you. And I'm it's my head is swimming with memories, and it's hard to keep track of everything. I think we should probably return to the rest of the group, and I'm gonna take very careful note of like where the hallway is, and like construct a little bit of a map to
Yep.
figure out where it would line up with the outside of the building.
Yeah, and it's
Just annoyingly.
go ahead and make a survival check.
Survival or intelligence, maybe.
I'll let you do.
Doesn't matter. Natural.
Okay.
Which way's up?
Yeah. So you.
It's a bit.
We're sort of. I forget which.
Wherever they is.
Is it skills or attacks that have auto fails on ones?
Attacks. Skills. It's
Okay.
Technically, skills don't.
So
Okay.
if we
So
we
you-
go with survival, that is a 1.
Sure. So you don't have a good sort of the building is pretty big, and you sort of went back this tunnel, and you're trying to pinpoint where you would have to go outside to get here, but at the same time, it's not this huge complex structure like. I'm not going to make you wander around the same 3 sides of a building 10 times
Yep.
before you figure out, oh, this is a square.
Yeah. Reasonable. Well, this has been very enlightening, and please keep my
Enlightening indeed.
keep my my past between us. In the same way that you protect the privacy of your guests, future tenants, I would really appreciate that. I don't need my reputation preceding me in this town.
Absolutely, but I hate to say it, I don't know that I can stop much of that.
Yeah. You know, it would just be nice to have like one person believe me. Once this thing gets started again, you'll see. I thank you for showing me the rooms.
Where is it that you come from across the Vitir?
Ohio. Yep. See, it's the same look from everyone. I get it. It's a place. It's not here. It's somewhere.
I know many of the places.
Yeah.
From across the Vitir Plains.
I don't want the drink.
Uh,
I'm realizing now.
You seem honest, but I must say I've never heard of such a place from that direction.
Well, if you hear anyone else coming through that says they're from Ohio or California, not Michigan though. We can leave that one.
They can be eaten by plains bears.
Yeah. If you hear just someone talking about being from somewhere that's not here, just keep it in mind.
Oh, I will.
Thank you. And did you say this one was Alzo Defortan's room?
She just gestures you back out.
She's annoyingly good at that.
Okay. I tried.
You did. You did. A valiant effort.
All right. We'll figure out another angle. Yeah, he's clean. I don't know. Like, I couldn't find anything. The room was empty.
His room was empty.
Well, a room was empty.
And here I was like, oh, that's extremely suspicious. His whole room's empty?
His room's empty. His room's empty. A room's empty.
Were you able to sort of at least narrow down which room might be his?
No, not even a little bit. She's very discreet, which is it could be useful for us like someday if we need that.
Yeah.
This is like the most insane expensive place I've ever seen though. Like gold when I left for like 1 ounce was like $300. So it's like $1,000 a night.
Is that like Ohio currency?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
It's very.
Did you mention Ohio to us?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
definitely. I would. Everyone, like most people that I've met, like especially like the first time.
A lot of the town has heard of the crazy guy talking about.
Like the first week that I was here was just like, have you heard of Ohio or America or Earth or how to go there? Do you know where the go is? Like, how do I go there? Help. Like, that was the first, like, whole week.
Yeah.
And
Get a horse.
There's definitely some people that haven't heard of it, but this being an innkeeper, like, so much gossip flows through
for sure.
her tavern room.
Yeah. But yeah, let's see if they found anything out in the...
Well, we know the windows between the room you went in and that first room. That was actually you said something about that I overheard maybe about guards. I don't know, I'm just saying words now.
Oh yeah, no, there's like some servants over there that
Okay.
They stay. Yeah.
I thought you said that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, sorry, a lot of like conversation, man. It's yeah, we'll figure it out. But curious what Alzo has to say to these guys.
You have a very long conversation to buffer right now. Go.
Well, that already happened.
This was as soon as they started the conversation, you pulled me aside and we went and looked for it.
Sure.
I didn't want to do it really early. I just didn't want to interrupt.
Anything else that you want to talk to Alzo about?
Did you
leave the cookies in the cookie jar?
What? How did you find out about the cookies?
Are there any meadow fishers that are currently in town that you know of?
I'm sure there are. Very few of them would come in, would stay out after dark. So I'm sure many of them are pulling in their their catches for the day. And Reese, you have known at least one meadow fisher. Drent, you would have also. You've all probably met. I mean, it's such a prevalent profession in the area, and it's just such a. It's like, the like blue collar job of Correct.
Is there any? Do you know like is there any group that there's a leader or like a manager or
Guild?
Yeah, guild leader or something like that of the meadow fishers.
Of the meadow fishers, nothing quite so civilized.
Yeah, those idiots, right? Yeah.
But they, thankfully, it certainly helps my negotiation. They've tried to unionize, and I just keep telling them not to, and telling them that I'll actually pay them less if they do. Never mind.
I call it capitalism. Anyone that if we were looking for.
But there are those that seem to know many of the meadow fish. Who are you looking for? Someone that would know.
Yeah, I'm reasonably confident one of them broke in your house. Or somebody from that area. That's the conclusion. I don't speak for the group. I personally think that's what happened.
Signs seem to be pointing towards something like that.
Sure. Yes, you could go over at the draft. I'm sure you could find any number of them. If you wait for a couple hours, they might be more willing to talk to.
All right.
Good thought.
Well, we're going to go interrogate your servant who almost certainly had something to do with this.
Reese.
Croman?
More
Table over
importantly,
there.
what was his name?
Yeah, good job. Okay.
Also?
No,
Cremine.
no, his manservant.
Croman.
Crowman.
Cremine.
Good call!
Sounds a bit like crowbar. Crowbar, which you use to break into houses. Solved it.
Ding! Next clue.
Is there any chance that
No, solved it.
do we know
At
where
some point,
do we know where
really
Crowman lives?
reform campaign where you guys do that kind of stuff. And it's like,
Alzo could
So
point you to his
yeah.
house.
Would you mind letting us know where Crowman lives? Just to be thorough, we should at least also talk to him.
Yes, of course.
he might be
He would
criminal.
he would point you in the sort of give you directions to Croman's house.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fortan. Defortan.
Mr. Fortran.
Mr. Fortran.
Thanks, Doctor.
We will let you get back to your evening. We'll continue looking into this.
Thank you for all your work looking into this. I hope you're able to find.
We're hoping to.
We'll figure it out. I know it's a very frustrating experience for you.
Are you all finished with your investigation in my home?
I believe so, but we need to verify with the sheriff. She ultimately has the final say.
It did look like someone tried to open one of the drawers in your desk, though. Is there anything we should be looking for out of that? It was the locked one.
Yeah, he's. You can see him sort of pausing and thinking. I don't know what of value they would find in there. There are some negotiation papers that I would prefer people not be privy to all my prices.
But it would give away very quickly who committed the crime if they started having that information. So I anticipate that that's not very important for this particular case.
They sealed it back up pretty well. No, we couldn't open it. It just looked like somebody tried to get in it.
Thinking that was a lie.
I see. I'll be checking with the sheriff about the rest of the pending investigation.
Very reasonable.
Thank you, Jag.
Absolutely. Please let us know if anything comes to mind, really, or if there's any other help we can provide.
Of course, I absolutely will, but for now, just continuing your search.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, gentlemen. He just heads back to the back.
We leave.
I count how many steps it takes so we know what door he goes in.
To get to the center of the Tootsie Pop.
Yeah. I do, as he's walking away, want to scope out the bottom of his shoes to see if there's anything that might.
Sure. Go ahead and make perception.
I've been waiting 30 minutes for that.
Get it.
I wasn't going to count that because it landed on this, but it did land on the tray, so it has to
land
count.
on the tray.
It's a
It's
tray.
a 6.
6. You don't notice. You don't notice anything in particular.
I wouldn't be specifically looking at him,
I
but
expected it to look like
I would be
this.
curious if anywhere
To land
within
like that,
here
once
there
you
was
roll
a
it,
similar
then it landed perfectly fine.
like dirt. I doubt it because of how clean they keep it, but just looking around, seeing if there's any similar dirt.
Sure. Are you just glancing, or are you doing like sort of scoping out the place?
I'm not being like obnoxious. Like I'm not getting down on my hands and knees and like looking. So it's not super thorough. It's not super thorough, but I am like looking, especially towards like the door. I might slow down to like really keep an eye out to see if there's anything similar there.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check.
13.
You don't notice. There's obviously a little bit of dust
Sure.
tracked in, but you don't notice any of that sort of darker dirt similar to what you saw in Defortan's estate.
Got it.
All right, so you're all heading to Croman's home.
Yeah. Unless you want to head out of town next, but
Just aimlessly run off into the
I
into
say we
the
just go
wild.
straight into the vert lock. Like, what's the... We'll find it.
I'm
inside
getting
a bear
close.
carcass.
I'm getting close.
Whereas somebody out there is probably wearing shoes.
Right.
Clearly, it was them.
The first person with mud on their feet. He did it.
All right,
Bring him in.
let's take a break, and then we'll come back and we'll talk a little bit more about the vert lock and what you all would and would not know about it. All right, cool. We'll see you in a bit.
Goodbye.
he gets.
And we're back.
Bum, 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 bum.
Are we?
Oh,
All right.
we are.
So you guys were heading to the draft to, or oh no, you were going to
Servant's house.
Roman's house.
Yep.
Oh, I thought he was okay.
Crobat's house.
Roman's house. Roman's house?
He's
Sure.
not the draft. The meadow fishers are the draft.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
What does Croman's house look like?
It's pretty standard. So it's
Four
on
walls
the
and a roof.
Utilitarian.
yeah.
3 walls. and
It's
half
on the
roof.
it's on the west side of town. It's not the most luxurious side of town, but he's doing all right.
West side of town.
What's that town?
Other windows.
West side.
That's my house.
East side?
There's a couple windows. Yeah.
Back your way.
Can I try to stealthily peek into his windows?
Sure.
Also do the same. Smart. Great minds.
20.
20.
Oh.
Yeah, you're able to go around and take a peek into his windows. So you find
2 silver pieces. Just making out with that clock.
Stella!
Let me turn these hands back.
Wait, no, there was
And
like
Stella's
there was a
in there.
dog statue or
There
a
was a dog
statue,
statue.
a dog statue, right?
Yep.
That's what we're gonna
Recreating
find.
Dog
it with
statue,
Stella.
candelabra, clock, and viola. So who knows what he's doing?
He's serenading the dog with the viola.
And it's lit by candle.
Don't worry, Doug. You're a mod still.
Yeah, no, we put it back. I just wasn't sure if I could like make you a VIP and a mod.
And then he was gonna make you a VIP
It was a
and not a mod, and then I petitioned.
So I like that
for
now
for
Doug was
mod.
just sort of unmodded, not to actually unmod him, just for the insult of, hey, you were unmodded.
Doug, Kevin did it.
You were unmodded and then rendered a very important person, and then you were rendered a normal person, and then modded again.
We've all been on a journey.
Look, it was
We put you through the
ballet
ringer.
of emotions.
It was a big argument. Like, is Doug? Because like a bunch of us were like, well, Doug's very important, and then other people were like, well, yeah, but he should
he's
also
a
be a
mod.
mod.
Right.
And we can't both VIP and mod you.
It is
so-
true.
No
We
longer
tried.
very important.
We did
just
try.
a
We
mod.
We did
Yeah.
try. Anybody got more than 4,000?
You're just gonna have to take our word for it that you're important to us,
Yeah.
because we
See,
can't give you
I
a
put it
badge
in-
that says
We'd
so.
give you Vim if we
I
could.
put it in chat.
You have 4,000 channel points.
Yeah.
I have 19.6 thousand channel points.
24.2.
Okay, excuse me.
I don't-
44,000.
Honestly, I don't know how I have 24 even.
I watch us
I don't know.
way
I
more
don't
than
have.
you guys
I don't
watch
have.
us.
I don't have Twitch
Okay,
up. I'm
watching
sorry.
old streams doesn't count, Kevin.
True.
To like.
I'm the
fact check
DM,
yourself?
so
watch
I
him
have the
on
most. I get to make the rules, so I just have the
You have
most.
them. It doesn't matter what the number is. You have
Yeah.
them.
It's fair.
Guys,
All right. We are on our way. So you're.
So
looking
you're
at-
you're sleuthing around.
Yep.
So there's a window in the front that you look in. Obviously, the easiest one to sort of peek into. And in there, you actually see, just a bunch of naked women. They all start screaming. Their perception is crazy high.
Man, Crow the man. I like it.
Now you
Either
see
that
why
or
he works
Crow-
for Defortan.
Either that or Crow the criminal that we need to absolutely put behind bars and free these women ASAP.
No, you look in and you see a pretty modestly put together home. The furnishings are sort of what you'd expect. Mostly wood furniture.
Sure. Always rich.
A fireplace on the one wall, and some nice rugs and wall hangings. But none of that's uncommon for the area.
Wall hangings.
So you do see Croman actually walking from what looks to be the living room over to the kitchen in the back of the home.
Butt naked. Just got out of the shower.
I kill him.
Fully clothed.
Winnie doing it.
Carrying a dog statue.
I'm assuming you are. It sounds like you were specifically looking for any of the items from the list that would be visible.
Or if he's looking particularly dodgy or nervous, basically.
Sure. Go ahead and make an insight check.
Bandera.
Oh, wow. Not terrible. 17.
17.
Insight.
Yeah. What role was that for again? He's looking pretty normal. He's sort of got his like bit of a hunch. Just looks a little tired today, but doesn't look dodgy or nervous. You don't have any reason to suspect that he's currently hiding anything. And then go ahead and make a perception check to look for the objects.
That is a 1.
Okay.
Total of 3.
Okay.
The objects are not there, boys.
You don't see the clock.
The whole place is empty, but you're not. You don't notice anything. No, you don't. You don't notice any of the objects from the list.
I go under the table to see if they're down there.
You also don't find any objects under the table. So as you make your way around, there's another window on the south side of the house.
Every time I say that,
That just looks into the same sort of room. There's not a ton of breakup to this house. Most of it seems to be pretty open. There's a couple rooms closed off towards the west wall. So you look into this window and you see sort of another angle on the same room. As you go back to the west face of the house, you take a peek in and you see his bedroom. Again, pretty modest, not a ton of stuff. You certainly don't notice anything really like lavish. You see a few personal affects, but you don't notice like any of the specific items from the list. As you make your way around, it's a little bit as you go around the east wall of the building. Here you have to be a little bit careful because this is sort of where Croman was heading as he walked across the house. So you're a little extra careful, but you think you're able to sort of peek in. You take another look, and you still don't see anything of particular interest. And at this point, you've gotten a pretty good look at all the angles of, especially the main room. Yeah.
As he's sneaking around that last window, I want to like go behind him and like grab a long piece of grass and just tickle his ear a little bit, see if I can startle him.
You can roll stealth if you want.
Oh, I thought it was a 1. It's still not good. It's an 11.
Oh, I know you're there, my dude. That is a 21 on perception.
Well, I continue to tickle your ear anyway. You just know it's
Do
coming.
I see any fences?
Well, he tries to tickle my. He
Is
tries
this
to
perception or
I'm just, like,
insight?
slowly moving. I'm not actually
I
looking
rolled
at
a
you.
1, so it doesn't really
I'm like slowly moving to try and see it.
I just-
And you're just like.
I just effortlessly hit you with it, even though you can't even feel it.
Do I notice any of the darker dirt around like the entrance to his house?
Go ahead and roll perception.
Perceive it.
The
Nope.
box.
In the box.
That was a good roll too. That was 1 less.
13.
It's on brand. You do not notice any of the dirt around the house.
So there is dirt, I just don't notice it.
Yes. There is some dirt. There is some dirt you don't like.
It doesn't. I don't find any of the stuff I'm looking for.
Right.
Oh my gosh! Why did none of us taste the dirt while we were at his
Dang
house?
Yeah, you guys
Oh, I
still
did.
think it's dirt.
I did mean to double check.
I made that mistake in Rise of the Rune Lords, and I tasted dirt, and then Zach was like, "Yeah, it's basically poop."
I forgot about that.
Guys, we could like knock on the door.
Didn't give the ranger benefit of the doubt on visually identifying
Poop
refuse
versus
rather
dirt.
than dirt.
This dirt is strangely in a round pile shape.
It's like,
This dirt looks tasty.
The dirt's turning
Wait a
white.
minute.
I don't know.
I walk to the front of the building, especially after you mentioned that, and I say, if somebody is looking to hide something, sometimes it helps to take a peek before they're aware that someone is coming to find
Do we
out.
want to have somebody look at the window while somebody knocks to see if he does
Yes.
Yes, that's
I
That
go to
was
the
my
front
next
door
step.
and I knock.
Oh shit! Get positions! Positions! Like we rehearsed!
I will look in the window of his bedroom.
Everybody else just scatters around the house, and I just knock on the front door.
So
I'm at the
so
front door
the
with
bedroom
the-
window is
I
on
will go
the
look through.
opposite side.
Run.
So you okay?
I would give them a moment to get in position.
Sure.
Not just.
I would look through whichever window gives me.
I don't know. Fighters be fighters, man.
I'm a
Go
little,
knock on
I'm
the
a
door.
little more obvious. I'm a fighter, not a barbarian. Like, come on now.
Whichever window seems to give me
Theme
the
it
most
however you want.
How rude.
visual on like what rooms he might be going in and out of. That's the one I want to be in.
Sure.
It's your west wall.
I'm at the front.
Man, we are real suspicious.
Oh no, there's a
of
half
like
half
a
picket
trusted
fence gate.
long-time servant of this
How
rich
will
man.
we ever get
Mayor's
to the
business.
door?
Mayor's business.
Yeah.
It's like Drent. No, his house is over here. Yeah, but there's a cute girl over here.
This is mayor's business.
Mayor's business.
Drent-
Mayor's
Drent-
business.
Drent's facing the opposite window on the house next door. It's like, Drent, that's the wrong house. No, this is the right one. Trust me.
You can see what's in here, but it's the right one.
I saw you were drinking wine. I'm gonna need it. It's the mayor's business.
You hear
I was
you hear a
looking at a
scream. Mayor's
stable.
business.
I was looking into a stable, screaming, mayor's business.
I'm like looking over at a house, and they're like, "What are you guys doing?" I'm like, "Mayor's business. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?"
Like that everybody took a turn with that one.
All right, I'm ready to find the criminal.
All right.
Mayor's business.
All right. So you knock on the door. Everyone's scouting around the house.
Oh no, I'm at the front with him, so
Okay.
that they can be mayor's business.
Okay. Cool. Knock.
Why did he
Doors
knock
unlocked.
us? Why did he knock towards us? We're the ones going in.
The house is reversed.
None of you were knocking.
I
It's a
I
mimic.
opened his front door and said, "Good day, sir."
Could you
Oh,
get out of
can
my
we
house?
Croman doesn't hear you. Oh, okay. He seems like he's in a worse mood all of a sudden for whatever reason, and he walks over to the door. It takes him a little bit. He's moving a little slow.
Can you hurry up in there?
It's the mayor's business.
You say from his back window.
You better believe I do. He's taking a slow time. I'm gonna tell him who wants him at the door. It's the mayor.
Mayor, open up!
It's the mayor's business.
Just kidding.
Speaking police.
Insight.
You have 3 seconds to comply.
Hey, just kidding.
Down on the ground!
Instead of telling him that,
Oh, sorry, wrong address.
I stare at his bed. While he goes to the door.
Okay.
Am I being?
So,
You
so
start
after
the
you
bed,
knock,
the mayor's business becomes
Croman
available.
walks over, takes a little bit, gets to the door, and opens. Yes.
Hello, Croman. I don't know if you have met before, but I'm Jagger, the mayor's assistant.
I know the name.
Excellent. I'm here on behalf of the mayor, the sheriff, and your employer, Mr. Defortan,
Let's see.
to just ask you a few questions about, the burglary.
You want the burger? you
The
say.
Hamburglar.
About the hamburglar.
I was wondering where all my beef patties.
He's
went.
burgled the mayor's
you
business.
know the Muffin Man?
Have you seen the dog statue?
Pete Buttigieg answers the door.
The dog statue is becoming enough of a meme. I'm thinking of the one from Friends, the big white one.
Yes.
If anyone, yeah. Thank you.
I'm gonna walk around to the front, by the way, just so I get there eventually.
Sure. I see. Yes, for investigating poor Mr. Defortan's home. Yes. Why don't you come in? Come in. He'll invite you in.
I come back
We can,
around after he ends the door.
Okay. He seems a little like
Weird out.
Sorry,
weirded out, but-
they were catching up.
From either side of your house.
It was the mayor's business.
I saw that horse earlier.
Yeah.
Crazy times.
Yes.
Come in. Tea for you all.
Do you have a pot going already?
I can start one.
Well, depends.
Tea would be lovely.
He walks.
Sure.
He walks over, and he does have a stove going.
Oh, decadent.
sort
He
of
just has his stove running. Doesn't have anything going.
takes some water. It's getting to be about dinner time. Takes some water, puts it in a pot, and sets it on top.
With one hand.
Walks over.
You were doing it with two hands?
What?
He's only got one hand, correct?
No, I did too.
I was
he has two hands.
No, I was just joking. It was a Desmond joke, getting his hand shot off in the show.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
two
That was the
hands.
name of the driver.
Yep.
Okay.
I don't know what that's from.
Yep. You'll get it eventually. It's really a very bit part of the whole thing, so don't worry about it too much.
Correct. Anyway.
He uses two hands to set,
That's fair.
But
But does
two
he use
hands
a
that he
third
has-
one? Or does he use two from the clock? Or is he using the two hands from the clock? Gotcha!
Got ya.
In fact, that's
You
third
never
arm.
asked. I don't know. It's two hands.
Well, yeah, he has a very small hand, and then he has the communal hand, the
That's
minute
strong. He
hand,
has the
and the
royal
hour
hand.
hand.
Yeah. Alright. Alright,
And
continue.
then
if
the
I say-
second hand.
I thought you pulled out the. I thought you said you pulled out the second hand.
Yeah.
Damn it.
What kind of tea is it?
Right now it's just hot water.
Yeah, it's not brewed yet.
We wait until it's brewed.
Yeah.
You-
Do you?
you
Or,
drink a
sorry.
lot of
Do you
tea,
ask him? Are
Jordan?
you
Yeah,
asking him?
I'm curious what that is.
It's just some from the Lockleaf.
The Mister region.
It's a tea that they harvest from out near the Vertlock.
Very cool. Thank you for inviting us in to your house. It's very nice.
Thank you for helping Defortan find his possessions. What can I be of help with?
We were wondering how many copies of a key to Mr. Defortan's house exist.
2.
Just two?
Just 2.
And who would have been in possession of them on an evening when it was robbed?
Mr. Defortan himself, of course, and then me.
I never left your sight. There's no way someone could have taken it, used it, and put it back.
Left my sight, but not my side.
All right.
He sort of just pats, and you'll see he has a sort of a like a leather pouch that seems pretty secure. Like whatever's in there, he's very careful with.
What kind of person is he, by the way? Sorry if you mentioned that earlier.
An old
He
person.
is
Right.
an older half-elf,
Beautiful. Okay.
past middle age.
Jag, did you have any questions? It seems like he had the key the whole time.
Do we remember if the key was used, the same key for the front and the back door?
It would have been different keys.
Right. Do you have both the keys to the front and the back door, or just the front door key?
I have both.
We were only given the front door key, right?
I believe so. I think so.
And is it the same
That's
case?
right, because we unlocked it from the inside for you to get back in.
Yeah.
Is it the same case where there's only 2 of those as well?
Yes, just Defortan and myself. Don't have much use for a third key.
It seems...
When did you last take care of his house? When was the last time you looked after the...
Before I discovered the burglary.
Yes.
Right.
It was. So he would have discovered the burglary. I'm trying to remember the timeline. So he discovered it.
The same night he left?
No, so
The night before he got back.
let me try to remember.
So it could have been multiple days that they broke in.
Yeah, so we have.
There's a significant unaccounted time.
It's 1 day, right? I thought it was
So-
every other day, basically.
Every few days. So Defortan left. Let's call that day 1. Then the burglary would have presumed. So he would have left sort of early that day. The burglary would have presumably happened that night. And then Croman would have found it evening on the next day, and Defortan would have gotten back later that next day, and you all are investigating it. So the sheriff would have looked at it that day. You are investigating it on day 3.
Okay.
So the sheriff went there the night of, and the next morning we got our summons, and now we're just later in that day at this point.
Sorry. So so merchant left day 1.
Mm-hmm.
It was discovered. The crime was discovered by Croman on day 2.
Mm-hmm.
When he went to go clean the house that night,
That day.
that day.
He went and immediately alerted the sheriff. Merchant gets back. Also gets back later that night, and so sheriff is sort of looking into it that day, and then has requested you all to look at it now. This being day 3.
Got it.
So it is 2 days. It is now 2 days after Alzo has left. 1 day after he's returned. 1 day since it was discovered, but sort of since it would have been over that night, like
Okay, so
almost 2 days since the burglary has probably occurred.
sure. So when was the last time that Croman looked after the place prior to Alzo leaving?
Yeah. So before that, it would have just been the day before Alzo left.
Day -1.
0.
Day 0.
Oh yeah.
Everybody knows the days start at 0.
Day -1.
It's just it's we feel like we did a pretty good job of investigating the house. It's kept pretty well, but we did find some footprints coming through the back door, and there were no signs of anyone breaking in, and it doesn't seem like Defortan would let the key out of his sight while he was gone.
Absolutely not.
So that means there's only one other key that someone could have used to get in the house. Is that
Out of character, we didn't find any like definitive proof that the door was like untamperable, though, right? Like theoretically, somebody could have picked the lock.
I thought we had a pretty good investigation check on.
Yeah.
Like it looked like
This is Kevin just not remembering super
Yeah.
vividly.
We had-
how
Just
that
put a credit
turned
card
out.
in there.
I'm pretty sure that one of our investigation checks that we rolled high on was like this is pristine, like there's no signs of any nicks or
Yep.
scratch. So either it's a super master thief and this is a total red herring, which is possible, or someone used a key to get in. That was the conclusion that I drew. I could be wrong about that though.
This guy doesn't look like. So it's probably general intelligence check. This guy doesn't look like he would be capable of many athletic feats, or even that he would have.
Hop in a
Or
fence.
I was gonna say, or even that he could very nimbly climb over that wall, even with like some degree of like leather to cover.
It wouldn't even be intelligence. I would say so. You've seen him work. He's very sort of capable, but yeah, doing something like hopping a fence.
That almost killing yourself. Anyway.
Challenging even to the strongest among us.
Is definitely not gonna be how he. He would. You'd be surprised to see him do that, or like even just be able to sort of like sneak around unnoticed.
Yeah.
He's still pretty strong, but he's like he's not a quick guy.
Yeah. I don't think so.
It's who was when you saw the crime, who was the first person you thought did it?
The first person I thought did it.
Like somebody must have jumped to your head, like, oh, it had to be this guy that Defortan made a bad deal with, or
Or maybe this guy that he wanted to buy that clock, but Defortan just wouldn't sell it low enough.
The
for
more important question is,
I truly can't think of anyone that Defortan has He's
So finish your thought.
he's he's taken the better of others in days past, but truth be told, what little I know of his business, I don't think he's done that lately. He's honestly at this point, he's able to sort of charge what he wants. He buys and sells more luxury goods. Most people are just happy to get what they get from him, and he can charge high rates regardless.
Does he seem to be telling the truth about that?
Go ahead and roll insight.
Insight.
Ooh! Spicy.
18.
You roll better when you ask the right question.
He seems very, very genuine about that.
Dang it. Okay. Reasonable.
At that point, you'll hear the water. He'll go over and take a hot pad, sort of open up a little container, sprinkle some leaves in a few cups, and just sort of
Make sure he's not poisoning
tea.
us.
Yep.
I'll make sure he's not poisoning us. I take a sip of the tea.
He's like
Same thing
just
where
like
I
a
use
nice
my
little piece of hemlock.
gloves to irradiate the food.
Sure. Yeah, all the radiation's gone from it.
It is gone.
Yeah, from yours at least.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Supposed
all.
to be you guys. I got a solution for that too, though. Don't you worry.
Now, one thing we did notice that a lot of the items that were taken were from the first floor, just the stuff he had in just I guess in the storage area, however you want to put it. However, there was something taken from the second floor, his viola, I believe it was, and it seemed like the person went up there, passed by a lot of other potentially valuable items, and just took that instrument, almost as if they might have known it was there. Is there anybody?
So I will say, out of character, you didn't necessarily see them like pass by a lot of other valuable items.
They took some like jewels and stuff from his room as well.
Yeah,
They did?
Yeah, they did take other things from upstairs. They took
Cover red herring.
I know. Yeah.
The viola is one of the more obvious items. It's probably about the largest of the items that was taken, but it's still small enough. Like there was other string instruments that were bigger that weren't taken, but the viola was gone from there.
The cello is still around.
Yeah, they did not lug around the upright
flip it,
bass.
Cello, you got this.
It's
Well,
like
never mind then.
just kind of like tapping my foot and just like touching my fingers a little bit, and when I click, a little bit of fire like comes out like an anxious tick.
Importantly, did you notice
I'm just like staring at that, like what the fuck?
in the amount of time that you've been working there, especially in the past week, did you notice anybody when you were leaving or even just in general hanging around the house a little more consistently, maybe unnaturally? Somebody who didn't seem like they belonged in that neighborhood.
No one I can think of. No, I don't remember anyone sneaking around there.
When you go, this is more personal, but I trust me, it matters. When you go to sleep, where do you usually keep the keys to the manor?
When I sleep,
Yeah.
I have a small chest under my bed in my room. Keep them there.
Could make sure that it hasn't been tampered with, I suppose.
I thought the same thing. I haven't found no tempering.
Would you mind showing it to Jag for a moment? Just for the mayor's.
Does he seem hesitant? Yeah, does he seem
You really
hesitant?
wanted to say business there, didn't you?
Does he seem hesitant to show it to us?
Yeah.
For other reasons?
You don't have to.
No, he does.
We don't need it. We don't need to necessarily see the contents.
Oh, if
We just need to see the.
if this is to help, Mr. Defortan, then
Also, one of
do
your
what I can.
We'll stay. The three of us will stay out here. Just be Jag and you going, and we're not trying to gang up on you or anything.
all right. He as you sort of, he looks like a little bit just like.
I'm sorry. It's not.
Just sort of an intimidating sight as you like four are sitting in his house and you're just like.
I'm just gonna take
Like
the glove
have little
off.
flames popping up.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I'm gonna set the glove down. It's just like I'm just gonna do the same thing with my hands.
Don't. As you set it down, like, and it doesn't like immediately catch fire. He's like,
I fixed that bug early. Don't worry.
sure, he'll take Jag back to his room. Oh, it's not far. You guys are still kind of in earshot. It's not really big place. Sort of opens the door.
I want to look for his shoes while
Yes, that was yep. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead and as we do this, you guys can roll. Whoever wants to can roll stealth check, and you can check the shoes.
Which of us is the most?
I'd like to trace his shoe.
We gotta find it first.
Oh, first, you gotta find one.
Yeah.
Everyone, look for shoes.
There would be one there would be a pair.
I found some. There's right there, right by the door, where you'd expect them to be.
So he takes you back to his room and sort of
Break stealth, right?
slowly like gets down on his knees, goes 1, 2 to his knees, lifts up the blanket over his bed, and just sort of pulls out this chest. It's this pretty standard brass bound chest with a simple lock mechanism on the front.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's probably a picture of a buxom dwarf inside.
Well, first I'll just investigate the lock, see if it looks like anybody.
Sure.
Like-
Go ahead and roll investigation.
Oh wow! I thought this would go poorly since I was doing it alone, but it's a 20.
20. You do not find any means of evidence of tampering.
I would like to. I'm gonna look to Crowman and say, I'm going to try something real quick. Don't worry. I'll pull out my tools and attempt to see how difficult it is to pick the lock.
He looks concerned, but he lets you continue. Go ahead and
7.
I use my portent.
what number's on your portent?
That's not important.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as you take out your lockpick and you fiddle around, you sort of slip and scratch the lock a little bit.
Feels right.
You weren't able to pick it, but you also
Sure.
don't feel like this was your
Best attempt.
best attempt.
Now, the more important thing that I didn't, it wasn't as much about trying to pick it, is more of, in my failed attempt, can I gauge how difficult of a lock this seems? Does it seem very simplistic?
Yeah. So as you started fiddling, you felt like it was probably 3 pins, not super complicated.
Okay. So somebody skilled who rolled a little bit better would definitely be able to do it. If they had rolled, say,
Given some more
a 23, they probably would have flipped it open in
A really skilled thief lockpick could probably have opened the lock without.
Tremendous amount of issue.
I mean, there's always that chance that someone could have opened it, but you're also pretty certain that even just having locks.
Yeah.
Most thieves that are looking to pick locks are not trying to are not playing Operation Around the Hole, right?
Yeah.
So someone else could have picked it. You feel reasonably confident that you would have spotted it.
Yeah, and just to be very thorough about making sure that would be the case, I would like to slowly. I'm not gonna mess with the lock anymore. I would like to try to, as quietly as possible, put this thing back under the bed, the chest back under the bed.
See if it makes any sound going down.
To see if how loud it is moving it under / pulling it out.
Yeah. So as you go ahead and roll, no, if you're just sort of getting a feel, as you slide it you're trying to slide it pretty quietly, pretty slowly, but it's still. I mean, there's like brass bindings to it,
Yeah.
and it itself is a pretty sturdy chest. So as it goes, you definitely hear kind of a noise, and there's, so you can try like sort of picking it up, but it's also kind of heavy.
Yeah.
So like you're picking it up and sliding it back.
And there's not a lot of space underneath the bed.
Right,
Yeah.
and so like you get it in there and it like knocks a couple times and then you set it down, and so it's possible like someone could have sort of
They'd have to do it twice because they'd have to get the keys, go there, steal the stuff, come back to his place, put the keys back. So they have to move this thing in and out while he was asleep.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously I'll say, in case it wasn't completely obvious, I was just seeing how quietly somebody could potentially have done that.
At that point, it would have been easier just pick his back door.
I'm guessing that you're not so light of a sleep or so heavy of a sleeper that you wouldn't have caught.
No,
Some sort of noise
I
like
don't
that.
sleep so well anymore. I wake up a few times a night, even on a peaceful night.
How about that night?
That night, I woke up a couple times, but just to sort of, answer nature's call.
Sure. So you left the room
I did.
a couple of times. Is there a window in the bedroom?
There is. You looked in it.
Right. Does the window open, or is it just pane?
They are.
Is it locked?
Um,
Inside?
It is a currently closed shutter.
Wind could blow through the shutter.
How easy would it have been to?
I would like to look at that real quick and see if it looks like that would have been, for any other reason, opened via any other means than somebody on the inside just opening the window.
Sure. Go ahead and give me investigation.
7.
7. You don't notice any signs of tampering.
Alright, it's much more likely that they just really skillfully unlocked that back door than we're actually able to steal this key. Aside from the fact that we have one key that was given to us by the mayor, but the other key seems to be either the back door key we don't have.
Right.
He has one back door key. If Defortan has a back door key with him, we don't know.
Right.
We don't know. We don't know where he keeps that key, or if he keeps it on him, or if someone took it off of him.
We don't know if he currently has it. The most important aspect of it
True.
is we don't know where that key is.
That's worth noting. Does he have a key? Interesting.
Oh, really? This activates it.
How's the tea?
It is.
Well, while I'm in the bedroom with him this whole time, you guys were doing something with shoes, no?
Yes.
Yep. With tracing a shoe size.
I'm drinking my tea. I am looking for a clock, dog, or viola.
Okay. There are a number of other
Clock
items
cells.
on that list
Just
that
we found it. It's motherload. Serial robber.
It's just a pile covered poorly with a cloth.
it's just like there's just a rug like piled in the middle.
There's just one of
My
those
stuff.
there's one of those like yarn throws that you can like clearly see through
Yeah.
a little bit, and there's just like the dog's nose is just like peeking out of it.
Just a label. Annual bonus.
Yeah.
I took a bunch of shit.
Suck it.
So there are a number of other possessions. We're going to sort of shortcut it and just say you don't find anything that looks obviously like, hey, this is, like
He didn't steal those things.
this is like the handmade clock, or this is the like masterwork viola.
These guys all have to be innocent.
Yeah.
Yeah, not reasonable.
Or really good liars.
Yep. Shoe.
Yeah, I rolled 18 on stealth if you needed that.
Okay. What are you tracing it on?
A scrap piece of leather. I'm using like one of those like leather working like scraping tools that are used and just kind of like.
Sure. Nice. Yeah. So you trace it just fine. He doesn't notice.
Put it back. Check for dirt. Check for dirt. Check for dirt. All the shoes.
Perhaps.
My insight. The shoes.
Did you roll investigation?
I did not, but I would like to.
Go ahead.
Are the shoes lying?
Yeah, on the floor until he picks it up.
I knew it.
Oh
17.
man. Yep.
17. You do not find any dirt. He seems very clean.
But did I find
Almost like his job is to, clean.
Or to cover up.
So we have no dirt on the guy, but is there any mud on the shoe?
Alright. Just looking at the shoes, this guy's a half elf.
Yeah.
Is it reasonable that they're close to the shoe size we're looking for? Are they a lot smaller? Like, is it obviously a lot smaller or bigger?
It's reasonable that they're the same size.
Okay. Cool.
You can roll investigation to sort of mentally compare the sizes.
Oh, you were so close to being good.
Wild.
It was 17, 15, and 20 on 3 sides, but it's a 7.
7. Yeah, it's reasonable, but you're really not sure.
Got it. Shoe.
When Jag and Chromine come
Croman.
Croman
Crowman.
and once we're
It's like Roman.
He
Sea.
opens his wings and flies out the window.
It was
I
him.
stab him.
That's what we got on the balcony.
You thought he was a half elf. He's actually a Tengu.
He's half crow.
Kenku.
Kenku.
I hardly know.
I
One
couldn't
of
come up with it either, and then he said Tenku, and I'm like, that's not
Something-
right. But that's
something
close.
like
that.
He's a
I have approximate knowledge of many things.
When we're leaving, or I guess unless there's anything else you guys are trying to do or conversations to have before we go.
I'm good. This guy.
We should ask about the swap area.
Yes, I was literally like as we were all being escorted out Groman's front door.
I don't think we
I was just gonna be like, have you been out near the Vartlock recently?
Vertlock. I don't venture out there.
Do I believe him? I'm not sure if it was a Caleb giggle or a you giggle.
No, it was a crowman sort of chuckles and it's just like I don't go out there.
Knowing what I know about the Vertlock, would I reasonably surmise it?
You would
be
reasonably
just too dangerous
surmise
for him
that
to
it would
out
be
there?
too dangerous.
Okay.
There are a few exceptions. Tindra, your old colleague, being your old friend, being one of them, but in general, it's a young man's game going out there.
Okay. That's what I figured.
Do you know anyone who some of our clues are pointing out that way?
What do you think came from the Vertlock?
Some mud, honestly.
Mud.
Some dirt. We found the scene of the crime, as they say.
From the meadow fishers. Meadow fishers aren't going to track any mud. Not from the Vertlock. They have the shoes. The shoes.
The swamp.
The classic
The swamp
fishing
shoes, of course.
Yeah.
The marsh shoes that they all totally wear.
I mean, you all know the Vertlock is it's a giant lake out there, really.
It's a lock.
I did know that.
But I don't know if you know. I don't know what all languages you know, but it's the lake, but it's covered with the algae and moss, and it's you can walk on it mostly, but it's stand still too long in bare feet and regular shoes, you'll eventually sink in. So you get the swamp shoes. So and you would all know that these are sort of similar to kind of snowshoes in effect of, you spread out your weight and you can walk your way across this sort of mossy, loamy overcoat over the Vertlock, and that's what allows people to literally just walk out onto this lake and sort of set up holes for fishing, similar to ice fishing.
Cool.
Well, the point is, or at the end of the day, we found some sort of dark, we think is mud or dirt that's in his by the back door there, and it doesn't really match the dirt from the garden. So we thought maybe from sort of between the lake and the lock and the woods, well, something more closer to that color.
Dark, like, much darker than that in town.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like it would come up from the woods then, the scathing. Maybe if you're thinking it came from close to the Vertlock, it might have come from the marshes between them. I've heard of bandits out that way. There's not.
Defortan mentioned something similar.
They're not. There's not many in the way of bandits. I mean, not many people are living outside the law and choosing to live out in the marshes, but that could be. I don't know how they'd get into Defortan's home, but
it seems strange that they would venture all the way from the woods to the east. He lives on the east side of town, right?
North.
yes,
Okay.
northeast. So yes,
To the opposite end of town, break into his house, knowing he was gone, take his stuff, and get all the way, presumably back, without being noticed. Or that seems elaborate. Who even?
It's a weird set of stuff for random bandits to have taken and not just ransacked the entire place.
Right.
I
Even for one person to carry all that.
I took a look around.
Maybe they had a
I didn't
wagon or
see
something.
everything, but I mean, it was quite the mother load. It seems like they took. I didn't see. I imagine.
We've got a list of anything. If you want to see it, anything that comes to mind that might give you a clue.
Sure.
Here.
You hold it out. Just takes the rest of 2 days to look through the list.
Exactly.
Yeah, as he looks through his eyebrows just sort of. Yeah.
Even took the dog.
I mean, if made that dog statue must. No, he doesn't say that. Yeah, I mean, it's quite the list. But I suppose that they could have. I mean, accepting all the more sentimental and family pieces, this is enough of a score to get anyone from out in the out from anywhere to come in and take part if they knew what they were after, if they knew where. I mean, some of this I didn't even know where Defortan kept it.
No. It makes us all more suspicious.
We should have asked him if there was like a pattern to where all of the stolen stuff was acquired from, like how he came into said various possessions.
Did anyone else who's aware of his comings and goings from town on his trips into Bontor to sell off the goods?
I mean, it's not a
Huge secret.
yeah, not a big kept secret. He has
I
big wagons.
I
People
usually
know
do.
what his wagons look like. They're pretty nice. You know,
Well, maybe
the horses that pull him. I mean, that's a mayor's business.
maybe someone was waiting right outside town to watch him leave and then came in.
Could be. Always the chance even that someone knew before he was going. I mean, he's a merchant. He's not in and out sporadically. He buys a bunch of stuff and then
I knew he was leaving.
sort of he posts up dates for when he needs people to
Right. Like I say, I
start
usually,
him.
half the time I know. So the rest of the time, if I don't, he does.
Oh, so together you both know exactly his schedule. That's convenient.
Yeah,
That's
well,
why I hurt myself on the fence on purpose, so that it would look like I was too inept to get
But
over
you
the
didn't.
backyard to the...
It was Reese the whole time.
let me see your backstory.
Do you know anyone who might know more about where these bandits live?
I do.
Make it to a certain. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were going to elaborate. You're just, I do. All right.
I think I know what he's thinking.
Well, if you're all finished with your tea and enjoyed it all,
Get the hell out of my house.
I have one more question.
I have one more as well. I think.
Well, why don't you go first?
If someone were to want to try and offload these goods, do you have any idea what would be the most discreet way to do so?
whew, most discreet. I can't say I know the best place to fence goods. Probably Bantor somewhere.
All right.
Biggest city. It's right nearby,
That
but
does make sense.
I mean, for all I know, there might be some easily be other places that I just don't know about. I'm not highly well traveled, as you might expect.
Well, if Alzo has any contacts in town that might be able to do a bit of poking around for some stuff, might not be a bad idea to send some correspondence that way. My accent's getting southern all of a sudden. I don't know why that's happening.
You've used your last talk.
I have like wondered to myself, like if our accents have slowly like
They're shifting.
come to the same place.
Mine has
Yeah.
definitely shifted.
So someone who
Conversation.
watches this, I don't know how far back you can go, but like go back to the beginning of when I was Croman and see what my accent was like compared to right now.
Because I noticed you were sounding like me.
I kept trying to like be like, no, I'm not Southern, but also like
It has been tough in these parts.
I done did reckon y'all to get
Yeah,
out of
it
here.
has been tough in these parts lately.
slowly transition to a Southern belle, like.
Well, I
never.
Thank you.
I never.
Well, gosh, Donald Croman. No,
Are you making fun of him?
I knew he was crazy.
Look.
You're right.
Does anyone else have any questions?
But he's smart.
I don't think so.
I'm good to go.
Good?
He has to get insurance, but
So-
I like that coming from the mayor's aide. Just like
rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
We have we've asked this to everyone that we've talked to so far. It's on the mayor's best interest to have us turn over every stone. So I'm just going to ask you. I want you to look me in the eye. Were you involved with the robbery of this house?
I was not involved in the robbery of Defortan's home. You can see. Sorry.
I would like
Does he have a
to.
store?
Yeah.
Just give it
I would like to fire off a violent
Natural
insight.
20. Let's go.
A violent insight check has been launched.
Pin him to the wall.
Let's see how his deception in this cyber warfare is.
Where is
she? Getting
Who
it.
is she?
You can tell that he's very offended at the very idea.
How
Thank you.
dare you?
Can I have the recipe for this tea?
Oh,
Can I have?
he'll actually sort of tell you the merchant that he got it from, and it's just a heavy pinch in the glass, in the cup, and then boil some water, pour it over.
Gotcha. It's delicious. Thank you.
Glad you liked it. You can tell he's happy that he is like genuinely happy that you like to sort of like give you the tea and
Yeah.
hoping that you guys enjoyed it, and like even though you sort of like
Drops
roughed
the
your way
whole
into his
fucking
house, he's still like looking to treat you all well.
And you had to go and do that.
I whip out my flail and destroy it.
Whoa.
I flailed back and forth.
Keep your flail in for the brothel.
I heard he had women here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's word on the street, but clearly not.
You're looking in the wrong house. Sorry.
Yeah.
Where's that? All right.
What's your neighbor's name? Dude, he's having a wild day. Day for play. All right, so we're gonna go to drafts, and
Are we?
we're gonna go to Silties.
I don't know.
You would know Silties by reputation. It's a little bit seedier,
Sure.
and the
Stuff going all over
non-existent criminal, the non-existent criminal element is more likely to show up there than drafts.
Visibly concerned about this, but I will follow you because you've protected me so far.
What? No, I'm saying that the two of you are going to drafts.
Oh, you
We're
guys
gonna
are
go
on
to
there.
Silties.
Let's get drunk.
Hang out. It
First,
sounds,
donuts!
It sounds like there's nothing useful to find out at drafts
Right.
because
It's not these
it's
guys.
clearly these bandits.
Right, it's 100%. I mean, we're not really gonna go like fight bandits on their own.
I look at my pocket watch. What time is it?
It's getting pretty late, but if you're looking to sort of go gather
Oh.
information from a bunch of people, now would probably be a good time.
Better idea. So Silties and drafts are going to be here tomorrow. We could,
So you think?
but true. They might burn down tonight, but it's a risk I'm willing to take.
Meteor.
Bad luck.
We could borrow. We could borrow Defortan's carriage and head out of town.
Oh, you think you would just let us?
Spring the trap.
You think they'd go back?
Is there a road out towards the forest too? I assume.
There's a road that heads in that direction. Yeah.
Okay.
But isn't it like pretty well? It's pretty safe travels, isn't it?
In general, yeah.
When's the last time that I would have heard of any?
So there's
Carriage
there's a road that goes up to the capital. That's like the main road that a
Yeah.
merchant would travel. Very rarely does that get hit. Maybe what I think I said probably like once or twice a year maybe that something gets hit.
Yeah.
Over to the forest, maybe a little bit sketchier, but there's also generally fewer merchants that go out that way. So probably the same number of crimes, but fewer merchants.
I think it's very unlikely that Defortan is going to let us use his carriage as bait.
And even then, I don't think that. I would hope these people aren't stupid enough to steal twice in 3 nights.
Wait, we would be the bait in this scenario?
They will.
Yeah.
We drive away. Oh look, Dave Horton's missing. Let's go steal from
Like
him again, kind of thing. I would assume that's what you meant.
You're talking about
Oh
getting
no, I was
jumped.
trying to get us jumped by the bandits.
What?
Oh.
Like you guys are totally okay with that?
Well,
I mean, I'm fine with it. Here, try and hit me. Try and hit me.
One short rest and
Careful,
I would
I've
be
seen Norman
definitely
do
down
this.
for this.
Do you
Here, try and hit me.
actually?
With your fist, that's
Okay.
fine.
take the fire gloves off though.
Not you.
Canonically, let's see if you can throw a punch.
I have like this exoskeleton apparatus as well that kind of goes across my back that looks like it's gonna like fall apart at any second,
Across his back.
and it's got like this big like
Defensive position.
arc reactor type thing in the center of
Alright,
it.
calm down, Tony.
It's a central like button.
Yeah, okay, calm down, Tony.
It's a 5 to hit you.
Alright, you miss, in
Yeah.
fact. I just kind of sidestep it very casually. Uh-huh.
Sure, like you don't even I get this impression that you have very upright posture. Like you don't even
Yeah.
break posture. You're just sort of like
Your average bandit also doesn't have one of these. I'll point to my rifle.
Yeah, that's probably true.
He also doesn't have one of these, and I just straighten up my cloak.
Yeah, also, if you are driving the carriage and it looks like it's just
doesn't
you,
have all this charisma.
as
doesn't
evidenced
have- got
by
a swag.
your attempt to strike our friend here just now, would look pretty Like pretty tasty bait.
Right, well, yeah, that's the like
Whoa.
He ain't too comfortable being
Tasty
bait, I
bait.
think.
yeah, that's like a crit. We're just investigating, right? Are we gonna? There's no way this falls under our purview. This investigation.
That's a
This
whole
is-
other
this
team.
is not in the
Whole
scope of
other
the story.
department.
This
Where do
is
you-
scope creep. I don't want to fight it.
Where do you?
I don't think the sheriff has time to
Never
hunt down
mind.
bandits.
Listen.
Give me 2
where
weeks,
we're
it'll come into
from-
the next sprint.
Where we're from, there are times when a group of people will handle a situation that occurs for the benefit of the place that they live. Now, I don't know what fairy tale land you live in, where there's just this whole force of people that investigates things,
Sometimes
takes
they're-
care of it
Sometimes
for
they make
you.
sales. It's crazy.
Sometimes they make mistakes. We might make mistakes. However, I'm just saying that doesn't exist here. This isn't a fairy tale. I don't know what fantasy
this isn't some
world you come
game.
from, but we only have one sheriff.
So are we on board with the plan, or should we?
We're
head
not going to be able
southeast?
to get this carriage.
Lenny, I'll give you DM inspiration for the combination of accurate canonically, reversing the trope, and just like, yeah, I like it. I like it. It was good.
DM inspiration just for being great.
For the combination,
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
I'm not
Yes,
against
the
the
It
idea-
idea.
doesn't have to
die.
be Defortans. We can get another carriage.
That's
But why would they
fair.
bother jumping into a carriage that doesn't have anything good in it?
What's any reason that they wouldn't just jump us on the road?
But also, if they were to jump him, why wouldn't they just jump him?
I look like me. Well, he hires guards for his travels.
This seems like it was pretty thought out in terms of how they got in the house, though.
Yeah, it seemed. Does it seem like the amount of goods they stole would be able to be carried by one person? Assuming they weren't like him.
way.
I think no.
it would be a lot for one person to carry, especially
Stealthily.
like given that neither of the neighbors noticed. It doesn't seem likely that one person was carrying everything.
What? Why don't you guys go see if you can find information at this sketchy bar, and maybe diplomatic solutions available, and I will go get drunk before we get ourselves killed.
Not too drunk.
Well, no, just like a little bit. This is
Just don't get too drunk to drive a carriage. That can be very dangerous.
well, the horses. They know what they're doing.
They still listen to you.
Good point. We do have horses, and they, yeah. We gotta talk about this.
I don't know what you're doing.
It's fine.
I mean, also, something to look into maybe later is that, you know, if one person can't carry all this shit, and the bandits did take it, I doubt they were, you know, carrying giant sacks of this shit all the way through town. They more likely loaded up maybe a wagon or something, and either went directly into the capital to sell it, or they took it somewhere else. I don't know. Or a bunch of them hauled it off somewhere. Something to look into maybe later. But
Real quick, did we see evidence of how they left? I know we saw where they came in, but I don't remember how they got back out.
I'm half tempted to look for like wagon tracks, or like what if they just like threw the bags over the balcony into the wagon or something like that. I don't know.
Maybe. Yeah.
Handed them to their pet giant and just walked away.
You
holding
you
everything.
didn't notice anything.
I mean, people can't just disappear with a bunch of stuff, can they?
Definitely. Well,
No, but they can retreat to a well-guarded fortress with said stuff.
Well, I'm pretty sure we would know about a fortress if there were one not too far from here.
Hideout.
actually, I'm kidding. It's not that fortress. Actually,
I've heard stories like this before, and it's just getting old. Some of the groups that I've told stories about didn't survive going to talk to bandits in their own territory.
Name
But
one.
did they get jumped by the bandits, or did they jump the bandits themselves?
It's a real toss-up. But I will say you guys seem pretty formidable.
Ah, yes, walls cannot take us down.
I
They
flash
didn't.
ray.
Nor can we take
Not
them
a scratch
down.
on him.
I do need a nap for an hour before we go jump these bandits. That would be immensely helpful to my well-being in the ensuing combat.
I would feel the most comfortable if we had a little more information to go off of.
Sure.
I would too. I'd rather not fight them where they come from. I'd rather jump them, as you put it.
All right, we'll head over to Silty's, wait for us at drafts.
Okay. So you head to Silty's. Do you want to go to drafts?
Would I have been at Silty's before? I surely would have at least been there sometime.
I'll leave that up to your character's backstory. It's certainly
Yeah.
a seedier tavern. So
I wouldn't have been there like specifically hanging out to be like buddy with anybody, but I definitely would have been there at some point to just listen.
mhm. You might have sort of tried to go in through like the back door and just not make a big fuss about
The
showing
back
up.
door only has 2 keys.
It's also not so the Silties is not sort of like your standard tropey like criminal bar where everyone's just like a thief and a
There's
thug.
like,
Yeah, it's like because there's not that much crime, right? Like so it's sort of just the
It's a little
any
sketchier.
sort of like it's a little sketchier. It's the people that are maybe like more likely to kind of like rip you off with a deal or just like
Old school
just
tavern.
total
People
guys.
don't ask questions.
Yeah.
Quiet, low light.
yeah, like maybe some like deals go on under the table about like some
Fenced goods like a clock or a dog or.
like what's it called? Not contraband, but maybe contraband. Just like stuff like sort of illegal goods, stuff that you don't necessarily want to be known for selling, known for dealing in, or just that sort of that type.
well, while they go there, I'd be fine with letting them just do that.
Find us a card to steal.
I don't really care to go to
A swindler in
draft
Waterdeep
stuff,
that might have a
but
card.
if you want,
I mean, if
we
you,
can stop there.
I'm fine to. If you have, I'm fine to go wherever.
I think they're a lot higher level.
If you have
Let's-
somewhere,
Really helpful fighting these bandits.
That's the only.
sounds wonderful.
I guess
We're gonna go for a walk.
We're going to walk up just through the city towards the place where where his caravan would typically leave on the way towards
Sure.
Bantour.
Sure.
We're gonna
Okay. So you guys are going to go check out where the caravans would leave. You're going to Silties. Let's run through Silties first.
So before we go in, do we know Silty? Would Silty know us? And is
Yeah.
Silty the person who's usually probably in the know? Like, is he the person we'd go there to be like, hey, did you hear anything about yada yada?
Yeah. He would typically. He's not always necessarily the most
That's all I got.
upfront with information,
Seems anything-
but he would definitely be in the know.
Okay.
die.
How do you want to play this? Lay low and listen first, or we go up and ask him right away? Someone over here and stay quiet.
Yeah. We're gonna go for like the slow play, so you guys will have a couple hours.
Cool.
We're just gonna like get some drinks and be around for a bit.
Is there in tandem, Caleb, what do you think about this? Would there be any degree of store that we could grab, like buy a bottle of something from? Or would we just need to buy something from a tavern on the way?
You could like a bottle of like liquor or wine, or
Joe's beverage.
are you just looking for like
Liquor.
Joe's beverage.
Sake.
Sake.
That's what we want.
Joe's beverage is great.
I
You just
want
get in your wagon, you
exactly
drive
sake.
through, you stop, they load it up, and you get to go. It's like a drive
So
through beverage.
you could find there would be especially in the direction that the merchant caravans would typically leave. That's through a nice-ish part of town. You can find kind of a
nice church.
like a alcohol store
Yeah.
that would have something in the realms of sake. It's not made necessarily locally. It's a little more expensive, but
Yeah.
Japan.
But,
sounds good.
Yeah.
Get some church.
Yeah, you could find that. They're sort of getting towards their closing hours, but you'd be able to find some for 3 silver.
Okay,
I'll chip in whatever I've got.
sure. Sounds
one-
bueno.
One wrist square.
He contributes nothing to.
I have some money.
Just playing. Yeah, no, I mean you have a job.
I'd buy it.
So you all head down to the southwestern side of town. Silties is a little more on the outskirts of town. You walk out of the more densely packed part of town to where the houses start thinning out a little bit. The ground starts getting a little bit soft, and
A little stilty, maybe.
you get to a little, not quite shack, but a place that definitely used to be a house. Still sort of a stone structure, but with just a thatched roof. Looks a little bit in disarray. But there's a warm glow coming as the sun is going down. There's warm glow coming from inside the tavern. You sort of push the door open. Doesn't even latch. You just sort of push it open. There's a half a dozen tables around the stone bar, but the common room is getting pretty rowdy. Things are loud. There's some a not so great singer in the corner, sort of just like singing bawdy songs. Everyone's just having a good time.
Let the bodies in the
I get out my really big axe.
I don't know if I have a better soundtrack for this.
Blast it.
And now we're muted.
5 seconds, I forget.
I don't know.
Just
We
tiny
don't have
snips.
good. I don't have good like bar music. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
They show
Talk about bandits.
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 Theft.
We found them. They're right there, sir.
No!
Officer, arrest those men.
Bandits.
Bandits,
Say
yeah.
410 stuff.
Yeah, it's pretty high. That's why they sold the dog. I don't know what happened to that.
Dog statue.
The clock, there's a clock. Many clocks now.
Oh,
Smaller
yeah, some
clocks.
dirt on my shoe.
I realized after the fact I had dirt on my shoes. Might have left a trail.
Oh, did you see what Greg did?
My shoes are just a little bit bigger than the guy who lives there. We'll probably agree with it.
You can start doing this. Jordan and I will have a mumbled conversation.
You guys are actually making pretty good like mumbling.
that's
solid.
So we can kill him next time. I don't know what's going on.
That's a sharp ball.
That's pretty good.
There's a little bit of dirt
I
on
picked that watch, so
That's
good.
crazy.
Okay, so
I don't know why you would
so you
Fine,
walk
this is what we
in.
came here to
So you
do.
walk in and
We listen.
and
We're gonna hire
you listen, but like you don't hear anything about clocks, dirt, trails, breaking in, nothing. Weird.
They just said bandits. Did you hear it?
You didn't.
Dog.
Oh, I'm sorry. Roll perception.
We could start some.
You didn't hear it.
17.
You
roll too?
No.
I'm not listening to them. I'm listening to the bar. The whole. I'm listening to freaking.
I'm just here. I'm gonna steal all the liquor next time I'm in here. I'll tell you that much.
It's.
I'm impressed that I can't even. I'm okay. That's good. That's good because I don't know that I can continue actually playing through this.
Inspiration.
You guys did a great job. Lenny, you get to keep your inspiration. Jordan, you can take an inspiration. That was beautiful.
It was amazing.
Oh my
I couldn't have
gosh.
done that.
I've got more nonsense where that came from. I'll tell you that much right now.
because it's resting on the
Mostly for like you both sounded like genuinely more than two people.
You did. You did.
It was great.
It was loud enough that like if you're trying to talk to your buddy in a bar, it's just like you can barely hear him.
Yeah, it was perfect. It was beautiful. If I ever need to convince someone that a bar is full of people and can only get two people, it's you two.
Yeah. Just like I can't talk about a bar. Go now. Go.
I didn't even start talking about the cobblestone path.
So you guys go in. Again, bar's sort of going at it.
This'll do.
What do you do?
Make it up. Get a drink. I'm jamming over here.
Yeah, I'll go up to the bar.
Sure.
2 pints silty.
So Silty's sort of like, going back and forth, like getting everyone their stuff and just sort of like swearing over at some people, like at the end of the bar. Oh, get out of here! And just like throws a couple beers down there, like, Reese, Drent, haven't seen you two in a while.
Keep him busy, making that. Gotta keep a living, right?
Yeah. Looks around. You sure do. What brings you in here on such a fabulous night?
Honestly, the day we've had, some good old alcohol sounds pretty good.
Yeah, get you anything?
I'm gonna start with something a little lighter and just ease my way into the evening.
All right.
How about a couple of pints and then I'll get whatever he wants.
He's gonna pour you both a pint and be like, something lighter, you say, and he just pours like 2 shots and just drops them in and sticks them your way.
I should have expected this.
You guys seem like you could use something take your minds off things.
Well, you're not wrong.
Yeah, I'd really like to just sit here and sip on this for the next hour or so and get my stones
Down
and
that
germs
one, sip
back.
on the next one, I say.
Yeah, I'll take this one. And then, just a pint of something that isn't exceptionally alcoholic, so I can sip on something while we're listening.
All right. So yeah, he'll after you guys finish up your first ones, he'll
pretty quick bottoms up on the first one.
he'll pour you a second one, just sort of laugh and give you a couple more as he continues to tend the rest of the people at the bar, just like shouting it down anyone who's getting impatient, just like telling them to screw off. Like
You wait your turn.
yeah.
We were here first.
I'll get there when I get there.
All right. Final table towards the center of the room, hopefully.
Yeah, we'll basically kind of just try and post up in the middle and.
Okay. Just are you just sort of trying to like overhear?
Yeah,
things?
probably spend I don't know, a couple hours, hear what we can hear.
Okay.
If nothing, we'll end up talking to Silty more directly again.
Sure.
And I'd have liked to stop by my house, get like a little hat I had to cover my bald spot, just made it a little less obvious who I am. I guess there's no disguising you that well.
I am very not subtle.
Yeah. There's not that many Goliaths in town, and the flail also is not the most common weapon around. So
Just because anyone heard that we're doing this investigation,
yeah. Go ahead and roll perception.
That's what my 17 was for.
Oh, okay,
before.
sure.
When I'm like, yeah, that's what I want to do.
11.
Okay. Yeah, so as you listen around the tavern, you do hear a couple mentions, specifically you, Drent, you would hear a couple people mention something about bandits.
My ear doesn't move, but I wish it could. Just perk.
In your mind, it perks up.
Yeah.
He hears it while I'm getting another round.
In my head, I have a cat ear. I just.
Yeah. So you do hear something about bandits. It's loud. You can't hear very specifically what they're saying.
Any idea what table it came from or what part of the bar?
Yeah, you can if you go and try to pinpoint it. It's a pretty small place. It's just loud. And if you tried to like set up kind of in the middle to listen to everything, you could find the table over in the corner that mentioned him.
find a table in the corner by people mention, or just find the corner they're at?
Find the corner that they're at.
Oh, okay.
Like if you want to, if you would want to go talk to those people, you can.
Well, first I'll mention it to Reese. Someone, I think I heard someone say something about a bandit or bandits over in that direction. I don't know if I couldn't really catch much. We might have to get closer and listen longer, be more direct, which I'd rather not do if we can avoid it.
Lance wants the tavern music a bit louder.
Got any ideas?
How's it sounding over there for you guys? Because I'm sure louder for you guys than it is.
It's not that loud.
Okay.
It's pretty dull.
We could talk
I
about
was curious if the stream even picks it up hardly.
I wasn't sure.
That'll play our hand right away, though.
True. Plus, if they do know that we're part of the investigation, that's not ideal.
Are there any tables that are open closer to them?
No.
It would be super obvious if I went and like moved tables from the middle table to just go sit by this
Yeah.
table.
Again, there's not that many tables in here.
Well, I can think of a good way to get us to move tables, but not if there's not an open table nearby them.
No, I mean you guys are pretty close to them. Like your table is pretty close to theirs.
Oh, it
Just
is.
there's not that many tables, right? So
Okay.
your table is close-ish to them. It's just hard to hear in here.
All right, so I'm gonna. I guess I wouldn't really have that with me. That'd be weird. Well, I was gonna say I'm proficient in dragon chess. I was gonna just like start playing a game. Right, just my pocket chessboard in full set.
This would also be a little bit of a weird spot to whip out a chess set.
Is a better idea in theory than
Yeah.
it would actually play out.
To what end?
Well, to accuse you of cheating and kick you off my fucking table.
I can think of a way of having you accuse me of cheating.
Incredible.
But I won't lose though.
Well, yeah.
Well, you could
still.
get up.
Maybe,
Do you guys want to do
when I
anything
cheat,
while they're
lose.
sorting stuff
Or
out?
I can accuse you of cheating. You can go
So,
there.
in terms of around the city, is the city like
I don't mind losing. I mean,
enclosed,
losing to you is
or like is there
I
a
hurt
wall
my
around it,
reputation.
or like what kind of a city is it?
Yeah, so there would be a wall pretty far out around
Yeah.
the city. There's a good amount of like land between the houses and the wall.
Yeah.
But there would be a wall around. You would know it to be less about sort of keeping invaders out or keeping bandits out, and more just keeping wildlife beasts out.
Does it have any degree of like a battlement or not at all?
Not really.
What about the gatehouse? Can you get up on top of it? It
On
doesn't
the
matter if not.
on the side towards Bantor, you could.
Okay. Is that usually manned or?
Usually, yeah. It's not super rigorous. Again, they're less concerned about
I offer to pay.
like
Force
insurgents,
Yeah.
and they're more concerned about
you can prove
a wild animal sort of either stalking into town or wandering into
Yeah.
town. So it's not like a like
I will loudly object.
it's usually manned.
We should
Yeah.
try
And how high
use
up is the
maintenance
wall?
and list with them because we can't
The wall itself
find it
is
up, get
about
paperwork or something.
Oh, I don't know if I want to put that in my name though.
8 feet tall.
Okay,
Most
so
people think that.
it's an okay size.
I'll call you-
So,
maybe I just call you
and you
friends.
can
You could do that.
nix this if you want, but what I would like to think is that something that
But also,
Jag would
be a
do,
little more
and
drunk than we actually
in
are.
like
Oh,
grow
that
for
could
his
work.
time here, and
Okay, it could
also
work.
would want to bring
You be the
Jordan
headman,
too.
take it.
It's kind of like
Go
go
first,
up,
and I'll be the wrestler.
at like the
Just,
gatehouse,
you know what I mean?
and like he's somewhat familiar with who
Also,
works there,
like
and just
one of
like
the things
walk out
No.
on top of the wall
I mean, if we're
and just
jumping
like
up,
sit,
yeah, so
like with
we
his
could- we could
legs over
sell
the
it,
wall
maybe
and just
being
like hang out.
sarcastic and,
Sure.
Just
Yeah,
like-
you could make
That's
your way
kinda-
up there, and
Yeah.
if people like if one of the guards would look at you funny,
Yeah.
like he would just sort of
I'm also,
nod
I'm
and
also
Yeah.
very
right.
good at convincing.
yeah.
They're like, this guy's not doing anything
Yeah.
to cause problems. He's just chilling.
Yeah,
'Cause I generally
and
just
I
like walk a
believe
little
what
ways to just like it's like a solitude, like sit somewhere
Yeah.
And maybe like turn and look out over the city a little bit. You know,
Sure.
as much over that you can at 8 feet
Yeah,
on the wall.
but it's still.
But it's still like that.
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
outside.
it's a low city overall.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys figure anything out?
Totally.
Yeah.
You guys come up with
We
a
hit
plan?
Several bad ideas.
Okay.
None of them are great.
No. I'm just gonna ask Silty if we can make an introduction.
That's not bad, yeah.
So I'm gonna go back up for another round at some point.
Sure. Yeah.
This is probably like
I'm gonna go with you because I think that if he doesn't want to give up the information, I think I can think of something that might entice him to work with us. But
gotcha. Yeah, so we'll both go up for this 4th or 5th round or whatever it is, and
let's take those 4
Silty,
rounds.
who's,
Let's go with the plans.
right? Who are our friends over in the corner over there?
Over there. Oh, that's
Bandit Keith.
Bandit Keith.
Dog stealer Keith.
You know, because bandits love talking about bandits.
Yeah.
They're like a group of bandits sitting over there, like, we're bandits, right? Man, I love being bandits.
I love
Ooh,
banditing.
Banditry is great.
Yeah.
I banded it last night, actually. Got a dog.
If they made a video game about it, I'd call it Crash
Don't
Bandit
solo
Coop.
it when you could band it.
Oh Jesus! I just kicked the shit out of this game.
Earthquake!
We almost fell off the wall.
It's coming down. California.
Is there a stream pause in?
No.
I think it's coming to be. It is, but I don't think it's the outgoing stream.
The Gym 90s.
Whoa.
So he sort of gestures over, and there's 4 people at the table, and he tells you all their names, but for sake of keeping track of a bunch of names, I will sort of let you. So he tells you that that's
Keith.
Bonce, Irene, Nostrin, and Belea. You don't need to write all them down. Not yet, anyway. And then as you add, like, he's sort of, oh, why? What?
You know who they usually run with?
Each other? Well, you know, they just do sort of odd job. They're usually out with the meadow fishers, but
God damn it. That's probably fine, though, actually. Maybe we just go ask him. I said to my breath to him.
May as well.
Yeah, I don't know what else to do here. Maybe we spot him around. Get him in a good talking mood.
Sure. 6 more, whatever you served us originally.
I see. Looking to have a good night. So over at the table, there are. Let me see here. There'd be 2 human women and 2.
Do we recognize them from being like towns?
You would have seen them
townies?
around town,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, they're not people that live in a mysterious bandit fort necessarily.
No, yeah, probably not. Yeah, they're not.
Okay.
They don't have like little like logos on their chest that say like bandits of the swamps or anything. They don't.
I'm really glad they started using those. It makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, it
Yep.
certainly does. The other 2 are there's one human man, and there's a dwarven man.
Okay. 2 human women, a human man, and a dwarven man.
Yeah.
Those damn humans, can't trust them.
You're a human, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Just like, let me just be perfectly clear here.
Yes, I am making it.
Um,
I am making it funny.
Yeah, so I'll let you grab 2, and I'll grab the other 4, and we'll head over.
Yeah. So he like right before you take him, he sort of plops him in.
Drops in all the shots.
So like as you start carrying them, they are going to start like foaming over a little bit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Seems
I mean,
appropriate for the
it is
locale.
absolutely
On brand.
like the floor is just like a little bit damp all the time.
Oh, it's sticky over here. I hate that.
That's silty.
It's silty over here. It's silty all over in here.
Yeah, so we'll head over to that corner table. Just be like, excuse us, friends.
Yeah.
We're,
So as you walk up, you'll hear and as you walk up, you can catch a little more of what they're saying a little more clearly as you're like sort of approaching them, and you do hear them. One of the women saying, "I can't believe it's not. It's always been safe up north there, but I can't believe that. Seems dangerous now." And looks up towards you as you walk up with the drinks. You're spilling a little bit there, friend.
sorry.
That will be ours then.
Sure. Yeah, excuse me. Sorry to bother you. We were hoping you could. We were hoping we could buy you around and bend an ear for just a moment.
Bend an ear. Just looks at you and. Yeah, what?
We heard you mentioning the issues with the bandits up north.
Man, yeah, I looks around the table. I heard a little bit about the bandits up north. Right. Arian, you saw some? The other woman sort of. I saw him, but I didn't see him. But I heard people that saw him north there. I don't know. They seem pretty.
I start taking the drinks and.
Yeah, just handed them around.
Yeah. So they'll all like gladly take them. They're clearly already sort of on their way.
Yeah.
But yeah, they start. They take the drinks and sort of go to toast and clack. Whew! Silty sure knows how to pour them, huh?
That he does.
Yeah, I've heard about some bandits up north. Up north, truth be told, I haven't seen them myself. I just don't really want to go north anymore. I know we can find good catches up there and get some strange stuff that some of the merchants seem really partial to, but I don't think it's worth going up that north and risking all our catch.
You're not wrong. I know both of us have done some hunting in those parts too. I had to go up there, and it ain't the safest place. Now, traveling in a smaller group makes it a bit safer, but I like to know what's around if I'm gonna be up in those parts.
Mm-hmm. There's always danger up there, but usually it's beasts and creatures. Yeah, you don't have to worry about people.
Right. The scariest thing out there. Now, do you know anybody that could has a better idea of where they're located?
Do you know anyone who's actually been roughed up by the bandits up there?
Or seen where they go?
I'm familiar enough with the parts up there. I have an idea of where we could start looking.
It's better than what we heard. So
how much are you looking to pay for it?
Well, at least 4 drinks, and from there.
You know what gets me drinks? Some good coin.
Well, actually, I legitimately don't know how much money I have out of character in character, or out of character. I don't know how much my Gold money I have in character.
Yeah, we probably both have some amount of money, but we're not really sure what the appropriate scale to have is.
Oh,
So-
sure.
10,000 gold.
10,000 gold. Yeah.
1,000 platinum.
You probably both have.
A funnel mic.
I don't know. Probably like all told in liquid like coin. I don't know how much gold do level 1 start with normally.
If you forgo starting equipment, it's like 50 gold pieces, then minus whatever you start with.
Yeah, probably like 40 gold pieces each.
I have a gun that costs 300 gold, so
That's fine.
Negative
That's
50.
I'm in
You're
debt
in
250 gold.
Between
I can give you this.
well, you're in
deed
debt
to my
300
life.
gold, so you have 50 gold
if you
cash.
take
You just can't let the loan shark find you.
Gotcha,
if you
gotcha,
take like a
gotcha,
soldier background, you start with about 25 gold. And typically that's
Yeah,
That's ridiculous.
like 40 gold is fine.
Well, I don't have. We said 40 gold for each of
Yeah.
us.
You're not necessarily like carrying that all in your pocket, but like.
Are we?
What does
So
what does
you
a
would-
drink cost here?
A drink costs like so the just beer would cost like 5 copper. Like it's like the cheapest spot in town. The beer with the shot in it is a silver.
Oh, we dropped it in the drink.
Yeah.
That's that
cool.
part.
So
Yeah, you're doing bombers.
I'm gonna bust
Gotcha.
out 2 gold and say all the drinks are on me tonight. And then like pull it back before.
I
so they
I
haven't
appreciate
said
the gesture, friend. I'd prefer the coin, if I'm being honest. It's
Right,
it's a ways
I'm
out
gonna
there.
hand the 2 gold to the person. But
Oh,
like, that's
okay.
What was the
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. It'll be a journey out there, and I just want to make sure that my day's not being
Completely
wasted for a whole night's. My day's not wasted. My night can be wasted.
Looks like you're well on the way there.
Huh?
Looks like you're well on the way there, but in a good way.
Yeah.
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 Oh, bandits in the north, they make me laugh.
Yeah. Okay. Me and Balea, we can help you out.
Be much. When are you available? Just in the morning after you get your mind right again, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, we'll be fine to go. We'll be fine to go early morning. We this isn't uncommon for us.
Where can we find you?
Uh,
Staying anywhere?
in our homes, yeah.
Right, they're from town.
Yeah.
We'll meet you at
yeah,
generic landmark on
yeah,
the north
yeah.
side
We,
of town in the morning.
we can meet up at the western gate. It'd be sort of like a northwestern gate, but it's the western gate.
Jordan's gonna hate this idea.
correct.
Metagaming. You don't know yet.
Yeah.
I got some ideas.
Jordan with dice loves the idea.
I
Jordan
know.
with dice loves the idea.
I'm talking in character Jordan. I'm
Yeah,
talking about in
absolutely.
character Jordan.
Yeah.
Jordan panicked about his life.
Right.
Less-
Not as
less
stoked
into it.
about but we'll get to that.
Well, I hope the other two are interesting going in the morning because we just made a date.
1 second. Okay. Cool. Anything else?
Leave them with the drinks and the 2 gold. Say we'll see you all in the morning. Have a lovely evening.
Lovely evening indeed. They just continue on with their drinking.
Their revelry.
Their revelry.
Right, back to what's the other place? The bar place. The
Draft.
Drafts.
yeah, 200 drafts, right?
Yo.
We'll definitely find them there. We can tell them all about what we just found out.
All right, so
Nope.
let's go. Let's go over to you.
I also give you a gold back.
Try this one.
Please.
All right,
Too.
so you two hanging out.
So I kind of lead him Like we're kind of just walking through the streets.
Mm-hmm.
We're kind of just like looking around. They kind of like passively have the head on a swivel. In general.
That was so creepy. I'm sorry.
It sounds like this is music from Champions of Norath. Anyways, so we get to that gate. We head up. Unless you have anything to say on the way.
Just thanks for I know that I sound crazy. Thanks for telling people I'm smart at least though.
I mean, just because you're crazy, I'm also not an idiot. I can't make any of the things that you have created. Let's be honest here. I'm also not going to pretend that I can produce whatever the heck is going on with all of this.
It's
Gestures vaguely.
Yes, that's exactly what I did while you were looking down. I went like this.
I'm kind of surprised that I haven't killed myself with it yet, to be honest. But thank you.
Still time for that.
Just thanks. Appreciate. Can I get a drink of that real quick?
Once we get up to
That's
just a moment, so then we get up to the top of that, and I'd walk him out. I have no idea what your balance is like. Best of luck.
Yeah.
It's an 8-foot drop, so just try not to fall.
Might kill you. It's no big deal.
I've fallen before. Okay. No. Well, yeah.
Anyways, we go over, and just pop a squat down on the side of the wall. I'd hand him. Well, I'd fill one of the cups up because I would have got 2. Obviously, fill one of the cups up, hand it to him. Pour one for myself, and then just kind of like lean back and just kind of like survey the city, like sip on my rice liqueur. To be honest, it's much more interesting for me probably than it is for you. The machinations of your mind are excellent. Honestly, there's probably quite a bit to glean, whether or not you're completely insane or there's some degree of truth.
You know, the longer I'm here, just the less it makes sense that what I think's real is real. But it's
May I offer you a perspective that might provide useful, at least for the sake of your current sanity?
Yeah.
I would say current circumstances are real. I like flick him in the head, I just nail him like once, enough for it to just like sting.
Yeah, no.
That is real.
Roll damage.
Oh.
Half a point. We round down 0 points of damage.
Plus dex modifier.
Ooh, I almost killed Jordan.
Actually, flicks are strength based.
Oh, okay.
Oh, perfect. Actually,
Yeah.
Sneak a flick.
My suggestion to you, at the very least,
Capital S suggestion.
would be... No, I can't get spells. That's not around. I would treat this reality, because we are currently in reality, regardless of whether or not your other plane exists or whatever. This is real. For you right now, this is real. What you came from may have also been real. I doubt it, but it could be. But if you don't treat what's currently in front of us as real, one of those experiments you're working on, or maybe even get into an accident, run into the wrong person, don't get saved from a bear by a Goliath of a man, your reality in both cases may end very quickly. I know I'm right. It's probably the most useful thing that you could do right now for yourself. Also for me at this point, given that I am finding myself traveling with you and the prospect of us confronting bandits, I don't need you doing something foolhardy, thinking that you're going to shortcut your way out of some dream.
Yeah, it's strange. It's, you know, I used to read and tell stories about people a lot like you and like Reese and like Dren, and I don't know. There's times that I wished that it was real. It was just a lot more exciting. It felt like there's a lot of agency in what was going on. And it's weird. There's just not that I have, you know, great friends that I care a lot about and family, obviously, but like there's just, it's hard to accept where I am, knowing that like my wife is somewhere else, sometime else, something else. But in the stories that I have read and told, good things usually come at the end of journeys, and for better or worse, I think that it's probably about time to start embracing whatever this is. Just go look out. It's a gorgeous town. I can see why you settled here. This place is incredible. It's fantastic, and I've seen so little of it. And all I've done is spend time making things that are supposed to protect myself, and I think it's time to start focusing on more than that. But it's a little scary.
So I'll finish like my drink, fill up one, refill his. Now, I've often, growing up, I've read quite a few stories myself. But one thing that is always present is that storybook characters don't have anything real to lose. And it's very fun when you're a child imagining these stories, because there is no ramification, there is nothing to be afraid of. But the real thing is much different. And we, while we're not off slaying dragons or anything of grand proportion of anything like that, there are still very real things in front of us. And while I know that, while I assume that a lot of the things in your head are jumbled, I also know that there is some validity in there. Not everything can be, not anything comes without some source material, something to give you a little bit of insight. But I have to say, in the event everything you say is true, you won't be getting back to your wife, your family, your friends, if you keep sitting here getting worried about everything every passing day and sitting scared. Yeah. I've never read a story about an adventurer that did something amazing by sitting scared in a small town, not trying to take any steps forward. I take another big sip. I did not choose to be at this town. And I like slammed the cup down a little bit. It's a fine town. We're not staying here.
Well,
Not for long.
Jag, I'm gonna be honest. I trust you so far. You and Reese and Trent are the closest things I have to a family on this side of whatever this is, and I'd do anything for family back home, and I won't put you guys in any danger, and I think I'm ready to take whatever this next step is, and I hope that we can continue to grow closer. It's you know, at the end of right before we came back, there was just a lot of isolation, and it's nice to be around people. So I'll be with you guys wherever you go, and I want to know more about how you got here and where you want to be.
Set the bottle down between us and stare at him for a second and just be like, well, I said that you need to, not be afraid and, like, stay in a room and whatnot. Also, don't go dying for anybody else. You're not doing a very good job of getting back to your family if you go dying for myself, Trent, or Reese. Sorry. I'll try and keep you alive.
No, it's.
But I don't intend to die for you. I just want to make that clear. And that's a fine way for things to be.
Yes.
Especially when you have other people that you have relying on you. No hard feelings.
No, of course, but.
I mean, I won't be dying.
Of course.
But were it to happen, no hard feelings.
For what it's worth, Sam. Like you said, I don't think there's a lot of hope of moving on by staying here. I think I've learned about what I can, and from, whatever truth there is in fiction, the only way to grow is to move on and move out. So.
Hone your skills some more, and maybe I tap on the thing on his wrist. Maybe you'll get some answers from that. Whatever that is.
I hope so too. Thanks for bringing me up here.
It's going to in.
Yeah.
Where we went?
No.
Oh.
Not the one they went to. The one they went to is entirely more interesting. There's always something happening there. It's disgusting, but it's entirely more interesting.
Floor is always silty.
Draft is like, it's fine, I guess.
It's like a chain almost.
It's like Applebee's.
No, it's not bad. It's not bad. I suppose normal people would like it there, but it's just cozy.
Maybe two.
Coziest trash.
Like a Bennigan's.
Like a Bennigan's.
Shoney's.
Oh.
A what?
Shoney's.
I'm gonna take another full, finish what I have, and then take another full glass and just finish it. I think that it's probably best to get some rest tonight and figure out how to take these bandits down tomorrow.
Yeah, we should probably find out if they.
I was about to ask where
probably
their
worth
spot is. Because, if we just, came out of drafts, where the fuck are those
They're
two?
on the absolute other end of town.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah. I guess we could start strolling
You see
back
two
there. and
exasperated
So,
start-
well,
Facts in the
so
distance.
so coming from draft is a little more central of town, but you would not have passed anywhere close to them coming
Okay.
from Silties.
So once we finish the bottle,
Yeah.
Which means we had like
Down.
4 drinks at.
Yeah, we were there for a couple hours.
Head to draft.
So, so as you guys are talking and drinking and enjoying this bottle and starting to feel it a little bit, go ahead and roll perception.
Ooh.
Perceiving.
Oh,
No,
come on!
we went from a 20 down to a 10.
Same.
You
Literally
both
the
have
exact same.
inspiration.
Oh!
Oh!
Hey, we rolled the same
We
roll.
rolled the exact same.
All right,
20
now we're
was
gonna
even at the
roll a
bottom,
bad
yeah.
die.
Oh, okay. What? Are you serious?
Did you roll the same again?
Yeah.
5s and 2s.
They
That's
both-
happened? Wow.
What are the odds, Lance?
It's like Lance.
Let's hope.
He's gone already.
1 of 400, right?
Why did I roll the dispel die?
So what did we get?
Still,
2. I got both.
still a
Do you
10.
have a minus?
No, I have it straight up. I
No,
rolled a
because
2.
DM inspiration is advantage.
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
yeah,
so
it's
the higher.
advantage. It's not replaced.
5.
So 10.
Okay.
Now what does he see?
So
He opens his eyes.
Jordan, you're feeling the bottle a
Oh,
little
big
little more.
time. Intentionally.
Yeah. Jag, you as you're sort of enjoying the peace and stillness of the quiet town, you barely catch it, but you notice a sort of a shadowy movement just
Excuse me?
across sort of your field of vision, and you blink. You don't see anything. Not sure. It seems a little weird, but you've also had, half a bottle and are feeling it a little bit. But you thought you caught a bit of movement, but you lost it.
Let's go find him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see something?
Probably just my eyes playing tricks on me.
Yeah, makes sense. I got a little bit in my eyes too.
Looks like rain.
It's a terrible day for rain.
Yes, sir. We will attempt to leave the wall.
Again.
Yeah, again.
Are you oh, there'd be a ladder on this side that you could climb down pretty reasonably.
I'll make
Oh well, we
Easy.
weren't.
Yeah,
we
it's
weren't.
like the bell tower in Kingdom Hearts. There's like kind of a weird tucked away ladder thing.
Yeah, again, they're not like it's
Also, 8 feet.
They're
if I
OSHA
just
compliant.
hang off the side is only a 2-foot drop.
yeah, but we've now established that you're pretty drunk, so
I've got a physical stabilizer. All right.
you do have a
I have
physical
a physical
stabilizer.
stabilizer. What's the worst that could happen?
Is it just like
Well-
give you
Oh,
advantage
oh,
on deck saves?
That's a
It's
whole other
it's
question.
Luck on nat 1.
Earth
For
just
physical
opens up,
related
you
things.
fall in it. I don't know
Yeah.
what happened,
He's back on Earth.
That's the exoskeleton thing.
You made it home.
So you guys head back to draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that.
Well, it's getting late. We better leave. They're not coming back. Just
Clearly,
I
I,
don't
know
know
this
that- I
really
don't know
great
the
place on
blur
the other
in
side of town.
Passing my vision.
I'd love to show you.
Is it right by the wall?
I tried to.
It is.
Wow,
look
it's
On the
crazy.
wall, even.
We should just get a bottle.
Probably not.
should get a bottle,
Especially
just chill
since-
out.
Just
so
for-
yeah, it sort of was there and then gone, and yeah.
It's fine.
So Chad's not even here.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm gonna call you Chad. Though.
You know that it makes
Chad,
sense.
so sad.
I'm sure I told someone that my middle name was Chad here. That tracks.
So you all probably get to the draft before Jag and Jordan do. You walk in and it's late, but people are still going. It's starting to calm down, and it's certainly not as messy as Silties is. It's more just sort of your your hard working class bar where everyone's just like, they're enjoying themselves. There's probably there's maybe a game of dice in the corner. This you would probably like, you would maybe sometimes see a game of Dragon's Chess, but and you see sort of a table with that could have a game set up at it in the corner, but no one's currently playing it. They're just all sort of talking about the week, talking about the day, about the catch, about any hunting that people have done, any
About the theft.
crafting. No one's really mentioning anything about the theft. It's not. Yeah, you don't hear anything being chatted about, but as you get there, Jordan and Jag are not currently there. Are no currently there.
Or not.
Are not.
Okay, I said they already passed out and took a room, but I really doubt it. They just go back to their own rooms. Why
Maybe
be?
they were abducted by a shadow.
I hate when that happens. I haven't eaten dinner
Just a
yet.
typical Tuesday night.
I don't know about you.
The safe
Hearn,
100% time.
You seen Jag and the weirdo come in here tonight?
Jag, an Ohio boy.
OH.
I know.
I owe someone some money. I don't know why that came to me right now. No, I haven't seen him today. Well, I'm meeting him here.
We were supposed to.
Getting pretty late to still be meeting someone.
Well, we thought that was the plan.
Yeah, we did.
Uh,
You got anything?
well, you're free to pull up a chair to the bar and wait for him if you want to. You want anything to drink?
Yeah, what's left of tonight's grub?
Yeah.
We still got some fish stew in the back.
Oh, fish. All right.
You hopefully like fish living in this town.
No, I like
growing
fish.
up in this town.
But the issue is that all we get is fish.
Yeah, okay.
So I'm like, fucking fish. Oh yeah, all right, bring it out.
Just need to make sure to establish canon while I can.
I eat fish. I just
mutton tomorrow.
I feel like it'd be like growing up in Ohio and not liking, corned beef or something. Just
meat's
like,
back on the menu, boys.
That's what there is. Yeah, so he'll go to the
Do we
back
both
and
separately come onto the same part of the same movie?
he'll
What about their legs? They don't need that.
he'll pour you each bowl of stew. It's not the best stew you've ever had, but it's solid.
Yeah. At this point,
Heron knows
I
how.
feel like I
to
eat dinner here a lot.
we've had enough to drink as well that it probably
Right?
probably
Food is food.
Yeah, and,
It's
and he knows you both pretty well at this point. That like, if you both look a little bit like groggy, he'll just bring you some water with your stew.
That's probably the best. Those drinks are mostly for work anyway.
Yeah, so we're just gonna
Yeah.
eat
And hang
then
out.
Hopefully, eventually they show up.
By
and if
the
they
end of
don't,
your
we
bowl of
probably
stew, the bar has started to clear out a little bit when Jag and Jordan will have made it back.
They can jag off for all I care, right? Oh shit.
Does that mean the same thing here as I think
Where the fuck have you two been?
I would actually where the wall?
Busy.
Yeah.
I mean, so were we, but
What'd you guys figure out?
We've got, actually, we did accomplish something. He's down for a bandit fight.
It's a little more enthusiastic. than
He's
I
down
thought,
for a
but
bandit fight.
if it happens, it happens.
If we decide to go fight bandits, he's down for a bandit fight.
we got news for you.
That is fantastic to hear because we are in fact going north tomorrow morning with a couple of people from Silties.
tomorrow morning.
Like sunrise.
He's down for a bandit fight.
can't back out now.
Perfect.
Excellent. All right, we'll call it there.
Let's call it.
We'll call it there.
Perfect.
Thank you all for joining us. We will see you next week.
What are we calling it?
I'm gonna hunt some
There?
Right there.
Okay, right there.
Calling it there.
Bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Night to night.